Oh
in
man,
2022. In 2022, you get really good at video games. You start a YouTube, and then get a fan base. You'll get money off of that too. So there's really no excuse at all. That you know what I
it's
mean?
right. But you like you said about the video games, yo, man. Like some of the brothers, yo, they be holding video game tournaments, man, like Madden tournaments and stuff. Like, you make 5 grand in one weekend. Like there's a lot of ways to make money, but these brothers are like leeches, man. They just sucking the life out of our women, not these heathens, you know. But they just being lazy. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to even, like you said, get an online job. Like there's so many things you could do. But back to that heathen, man. Just as soon as I seen Psych I know she's not. That's a not guilty right there.
Even if you go back into the case, and I forget what the Shadamite name was, that cop that walked into the brother
Oh,
apartment.
John, some in Texas.
Yeah, the Levite from Texas, Bolton Jean or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
Bolton John.
that's him.
Yeah, and Amber Geiger, right? That was her name.
Yes, I believe so. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
then
that's
the
her name,
judge
Amber
came
Geiger.
down and gave her a hug like that.
the judge
Our
gave her a
people.
damn hug. Then his brother gave her a damn hug, and
After
then
he killed her brother, after she killed his
Right.
brother.
after she
Remember,
Man,
killed,
he
come
asked
on, man.
if he
Our
could
people are
please give her
destroyed.
a hug. Hey, dog, remember, he asked the judge if he could please give her a hug. He was begging for that hug.
You killed my brother? Are you serious? One of my
That's
brothers?
the
Come
last
on.
thing I'm thinking about doing is hugging you.
that hug would have turned into a choke out.
I know, right? Choke her to death over there.
A choke? Man, I would have hit her so hard, I would have knocked the soul out of her body, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. If I got into like arm reach, man, I'm knocking her soul out of her body, man.
But then, like, I gotta admit, right there it was. Hey, 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 get them, get them.
Yeah, hey, yo, Becky's attacking Shaw Paul's dog, man.
God, sound like he got a little issue there. But yeah, man, it's just wickedness, man. That's why, like you said, you don't mix, man. You don't mix. You don't mix, man. Our women are too fine to leave them for those other nations. Our women are just too fine. Ain't nothing more beautiful than a black, Hispanic, Native American, Indian woman, man. Like you got so many choices from our nation to pick from. Like why would you go? You skip 12 races of women to go pick one of them. Like no.
Yeah, Khan. I'm gonna put the video up later of her arrest. Well, not her arrest. The showing her all bloody and stuff. But she was on in handcuffs, sitting on the ground. You know, TMZ always get them exclusives, man.
Yeah, can you imagine if it was one of a brother that did something like that?
Oh yeah,
We would have got our ass whooped, man. Before they put us in handcuffs, he was resisting and whooped our ass, man. Like, but it goes to show you, man. Just like that one brother after he shot up the church, they took him to Burger King or something because he was hungry, man.
right, God. Hey, Shalom, Elder Yabashim Yashabrak.
Shalom,
Shalom,
brother.
Shalom. Yabashim Yashabrak. Shalom, Marcus. Yeah, Elder Terrell Becky done did it again.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, but the thing with this, he was actually Nigerian, and the thing with this is that they pulled up a lot of his Facebook comments. And this is what Eve is going against him, saying he didn't like blacks and they ghettos and he ain't gonna date black women and that type of stuff with him.
Ooh, that's judgment.
Are you
Yeah, that's what
serious?
I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I was saying. This judgment. Yeah, he was
That's
on
That's
Facebook.
judgment.
He was on Facebook
madness.
talking down on black women all the time.
Are you
I
serious?
didn't know that, Shaw Paul. This is
I
madness,
didn't.
man.
Oh, I didn't go that. Oh man, that's judgment. That's judgment.
Yeah, this is why I'm telling my brothers to stay away from Becky, man. Yeah, like Elder Taraj said, he's Nigerian. I'm not exactly what tribe he was from in Nigeria, but regardless, he had that mind frame that the white woman was superior, like a lot of our men do of our nation. And the Most High ended up judging his ass. She stabbed his ass up, stabbed him to death. And if you go into the comments of their friends that knew them both, they say that the white woman, that wasn't the only time the white woman was abusive to him. They said that the white woman had a long history of slapping him in public, getting aggressive with him, arguing with him, and all sorts of stuff.
Are you
Mm,
serious? See, I didn't know that
mm,
part,
mm,
Shaw
mm,
Paul.
mm,
See,
mm.
this is why you got to look into things, man. Sometimes, man, this is definitely judgment, and the fact that he even allows that to happen to him like that.
Man.
Yeah, this is why our men got to stay in order, man. You got to lead. You have to lead. You know,
Well, he
because
might not
God,
be one of our nations, man. He might not be of our nation,
that's true. I'm just speaking in
but
general, right?
regardless, to talk down to black women like that, but that's your mother too. That a lot of people when they do that, they don't know they referring to their mother and their sister, their cousins and aunties and all of that. When you say something bad about, let's say he is of our nation, let's say it doesn't even matter. When you talk down about your own nation, regardless of the nation you from, that's your mother and your daughter and your grandchildren. That's judgment.
Right.
Hey, Shalom, Izra, welcome to the stage. Yeah, about
God.
Shemayim, brother.
I mean,
Shalom,
this what
family. God bless you.
Shalom. This what he was saying, which I understand the frustration of black men, but it's one thing, like the Apocrypha say, it's those that hate their own people, and it's those that's frustrated with the antics of, what I mean, of our sisters in that aspect. Because what he was saying, basically the which white women do the same thing, but the twerking and the how they conduct themselves and that type of thing. He was upset at that, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we do got to examine because there's people that just hate our people. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, Elder
that's not,
Tarah,
yeah,
Salaki Elder Tarah. But he was talking about how women conduct themselves, but he with a damn OnlyFans woman, man. Damn near a porn
exactly.
star.
Exactly. That's exactly a damn oldie fan. Exactly, and that's the point of it. Huh? That's the bugged out thing. So therefore, you looking at it, it's not really he's frustrated with our women and want them to do better. He's just talking down to our women and hate our women. You know what I mean? Because you're right. He's with an only fan.
Yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with the way our women carries himself. Because like y'all brothers are bringing up, he's dating that same type of woman. So I think it's deeper than just that. I just think it's more of a self hate kind of thing. He doesn't like anybody that looks like him because some of our men or men that look like us are exactly like that. They think that way. It's more than just oh yeah, our women don't know how to act.
That's a lie.
No, I think it's more than that.
You're right, because those same behaviors that he probably was showing in talking about on Facebook, talking about our women or this or women or that. That same white woman was doing the same thing. Apparently,
Yeah,
according to his
go
friends. So
through
it's
her
not.
IG. That's all she got, dog. Bunch of half naked pictures, man. I couldn't even look at it
But
for like
like you
30
said,
seconds. I
self
got out
hate.
of it.
All of it is self hate. You know, from the brother's point. That's it's self hate. He hate himself. He don't like nobody that looks like him, like you were saying. You know, that's the only reason. All the reasons he was given on Facebook about black women or this, black women or that. His woman, the woman he was with, is a perfect example of all of that. And she was beating his ass, and she beat his ass so much that he even seen his friends even noticed it. That's sad, man. That's sad.
Right, and you know how you know it's self hate. He wasn't just talking about black women. He was talking about Jake too. Something this dude in his
Mm,
class,
mm,
this ghetto.
mm.
He's a ghetto boy in his class, and when you see some of the comments he was making, that's how you know it's more than just black women. He had a hatred for Jake in general, and you know what? It is judgment, huh? It definitely is judgment, man. You know what I mean? It's
See,
judgment.
I didn't you see, like you said, man. More and more things are coming out. It is judgment because he just hate his own kind or anything that looks like him. So yeah, that's judgment right there, man. All praises to the Most High, man.
I'm gonna say this, right?
Con,
For someone that was raised right in that area, Nigeria, right? This is something in a way that a lot of us are raised in, right? They, tell us that some of the people over there, they ghetto, we shouldn't be involved with them, the way they act and carry themselves. I'm gonna say this to you. It's gonna take the Most High, really, to really change a lot of the way our men over there that are Israel, to change the way that they think, right? The way I think, I've always thought this way from a very young age. This is how I know that the position I'm in today is of the Most High. Because when I came here, I don't deal with them Edomite women, right? I've always not liked them from a very, very young age, right? This spirit has always been in me. And that's why I said some of our brothers that come here, they always feel like, I have to immerse myself in the system. I have to coon as hell to be part of this society. If not, I'm not going to benefit from it, right? I've never, ever felt that way growing up. I've always not liked them. You understand? So I
Yeah,
understand
bro.
what brothers are saying when they come over here, they want to worship the white man, the white woman, right? Because that's the spirit that they move in, because a lot of them were groomed from Nigeria to think that way, right? Whether
Con,
they're
con,
Israelite or not. You understand? So a lot of times when you get our brothers that will fall, that veil will come out of their eyes that is from over there, that has to be of the Most High, man. Because it's a very tough thing for our brothers to not think that way, you know?
con. You know,
con.
it's the same thing with the Jamaicans too. Like when my
Light skin, dark skin.
yeah, when my mother and father came from Jamaica, my mother told me they had that conversation with her like, oh, stay away from the black Americans and they no good and they're into the
Con,
street life and this, that, and the third and so that's why a lot of Jamaicans they come over here, they say they don't mess with the Yankee boy. You know what I'm saying?
con,
They be feeling like they better than him. Like I
con,
got tree job. You Yankee boy don't get one. You know what I'm saying?
con.
Con. They feel like
Salat,
they lazy.
salat,
Shaw Paul,
salat.
Salakia, Shaw Paul, you're right. Because, I mean, the same thing with my parents. I used to argue my father down because he was the same thing from Jamaica. And they would say that Yankee boy lazy, you know what I
Con,
mean? Because they come here. First of all, they deprived in Jamaica. So when they come here, they come with what they say, blood in their eyes. But then they disrespect the black Americans and that. But they was hypocrites too because they came here and they was wilding. Like Jamaicans in the 80s and 90s was
con.
wilding. Like they went right
Shower
on the
posse.
block. Yeah,
Shocking.
selling drugs and doing all type of crazy stuff. So, you know what I mean? It was like, what are you doing, brother? What are you doing?
Let me just
It's
say this.
a Shalakim Malakim. It's a
Go ahead,
clear
gang.
cut. It's a clear cut case of PTSS, abbreviated post traumatic slave disorder, or slave syndrome, or
Mm.
Stockholm syndrome.
Salakia, the same thing with the Levites coming from Haiti, man. Everything Shahpa and the Elder Torah was saying is the same thing, man. That's how you are groomed to believe that your own brother, the Jakes, that they just bums, they don't want to do nothing, they lazy, they this, they that. At one point when I was young, you're a young child, so you listen to what your parents said, and your parents heard it from a friend, and so on and so forth. So you grow up with that mindset. But the more I interact with Jake and what you would call so-called, we would call them Yankees in Brooklyn, and you realize, we going through the same thing. We got the same people oppressing us. Me, the one thing that I could say I had a little advantage of is that my father was extremely light skinned. They used to call him white boy. They used to call him white boy back in the day because that's how light my father is. My mom is dark skinned. So I grew up in a family with one light, one dark, one light, one dark. But I did notice that in certain families, a lot of family members, they will treat the kids that are light skinned different from the kids that are dark skinned. So we got so much self hate that we will treat our children different because one came out a little bit lighter or one came out a little darker. So that self hate starts at home, man. It starts at home, and unfortunately, we, like the brother says, the post stress disorder, man, from slavery, man, where they separate the slave by the skin complexion. A lot of it goes from dark skin not being desired. So
Con. Hey, Shalom, Sister Tamara. Shalom. Welcome to the stage, sis.
Shalom, family. Shalom. Yabashim Yahushabarakatah. So, everything y'all are
That's
saying,
my sister too, from from
ah, that's
from
my
Nigeria.
brother. That's
Go
my
ahead, sis. You got it.
brother. So, yeah, I do agree with everything you guys are bringing up. Con. And I just wanted to add also that, how they always be saying that the Americans, because it's always the Americans, that they're lazy, they don't do this, they don't do that. We forget though also that the people here in America, the American Negroes have been here working it behind us for years, building this and building that, working it. They have all this, work and all this ethics here, but they are not they're not being allowed to do it, or when they're being allowed to do it, they're overused up. And so when you're coming from another nation or another country like Nigeria, you don't have the works like they do here. So when you come here, you jump at it. You act because you already have that mindset that these people are lazy, these people are Negroes, these people are different from you. You want to try to outdo them in every way that you can. So you want to have two, three, four, five jobs because you don't want to be like them. You want to actually separate yourself and try to be more like your Salakia. So you want to separate yourself, and in the mindset of thinking that you're better than them. So you want to have a good job. You want to be like the white man. You want to have the picket fence, and you want to do all that. So you working hard for it. So, so now it doesn't look like you're lazy. You have never had this opportunity before. You haven't been working that kind of jobs. You don't have this opportunity in the countries that you came from. Like in Jamaica, most of them don't have work, but when they come here, where there's plenty of work, where there's plenty of slavery, they jump at two, three jobs to try to make it up. So that's what it is. So when we're saying that the Americans are lazy, that's not what it is. They've been here all this time doing all the work. So you come on in here, this is your opportunity to do and try to make yourself look better than them. And that's not really what it is. We're all the same. We're all the same. If we've had this opportunity to, we'll be lazy too, in wherever we are. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, con, sis. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's the problem between, and trust me, some of them are Israelites that think that way, that are from the west coast of Africa over there, right? Whether it's Nigeria or the other nations over there, right? They have that way. They think that way, not understanding that our brothers and sisters here, they've gone through a lot. This nation was built by them, right? The Northern Kingdom brothers and sisters, right? Our brothers and sisters that came here through the transatlantic slave trade, and they were used for free labor, right? That's why I said when you're dealing with any Israelite that is coming from the west coast of Africa, they've already been indoctrinated from over there how to feel about our brothers and sisters here in the Americas, right? And a lot of it is orchestrated and planned by these devils, man,
Con.
right? But we don't think that way. We come here and we want to make enemies with them. Oh, they all ghetto. They all ghetto. Oh, I don't want to deal with them, right? These are things we got to think about, man. And we want to run to the white dog and think that it's going to be better on that side of things, man. Right? This is pure judgment. Whether he's our people or not, this is pure judgment. When you speak ill of the children of the Most High God, right? The Most High God is going to kill you for that, man. Right? This attitude got to stop, especially from our men. Our men are pathetic when it comes to that.
Right.
They think the white woman is a freaking goddess, man. Salakia. Shalom, Mariala. Welcome to the stage. Yahweh Shem Yashabrakatah.
Shalom, family. Y'all wish me a shepherd thumb.
Yeah, Con. So somebody was asking me the other day, he was saying, yeah, because we do IT and we go to places like Walmart to work, to install those cash registers, the POS systems and stuff. So he's a lead at one of them, and what happens is a lot of times when he gets gets the so-called Americans or Black Americans, it seems like to him that they're not working. And then but then when we have our Nigerian brothers that are there, or Haitians or whatever, some like those ones are working so hard. So he's asking me this question, saying, why is it that they don't like working? Why is it that they're just lazy? And these are people that we've been trying to tell, show the differences, show the connections in the scriptures, try to let them know that these things that you're looking at are in the scriptures. These are all of these people that you keep is trying to separate, try to make look like they're different people, are all the same people. You just have to look and see why these people are acting like that. And then he's saying that they always, they hate us, they don't like us, or they don't like this the way they act and this and that. This is what the Most High has put in them to do. This is how it is. If you can't get understanding unless you actually get in the word, or ask people that knows about the word to teach you. That way you don't have to keep asking dumb questions about why these people hate each other, or why they don't work, or why they don't do this, or why they don't do that. you know I mean, it's just amazing to me. You're a Nigerian, and you're standing around, you're talking about your people to the white man. You're complaining, because that's what they were doing, complaining about us to them. And then when when they're talking about these things to this white people, they're just looking at you. And then when you turn around and go, what's he's gonna say? Yeah, y'all the same niggers. That's what he's gonna say. So I mean, you talking to them is not proving anything. It's only proving that you're stupid. You know, that's just
Mm.
that was
That's why,
crazy.
yeah,
Salakia,
Salaki
Salakia.
says you fin- That's why the scriptures say that thy brethren shall bow down to Judah in Genesis. I'm paraphrasing it, but it's why it says this, that they shall bow down to Judah, because you got to understand that they say that Judah is lazy, but that's an ignorant statement. Judah and some Benjamites too, what I mean, came up and they built America. They built America. You know what I mean? I mean, well, I say Benjamites because some people was Benjamin, they didn't know that, and some, but that's a whole nother story. But a lot was Judah that was here, and they built up America. They built up America. So how can you call them lazy? What happened was every time Judah did certain things, they bombed them in the Black Wall Street, and not just the Black Wall Street, but there was different towns a lot besides the Black Wall Street. You had the Harlem Renaissance, you had Rosewood, you had a whole lot of different areas that was striving. It was built by Judah. Construction, everything was built by Judah. You see what I'm saying? So for people to call them lazy, that shows you the ignorance of what they are, and it's the ungratefulness, because whatever rights they get, what I mean, is really through Judah in the civil rights movement, fighting and getting dogs sicked on them and holes sicked on them, and that type of stuff. You know what I mean? So it just shows you the ignorance of our people when they make that statement and they let the white man get into their mind.
Con.
Hey, Ariella, have you heard about this? What's going on?
Yeah, yeah, I saw. You know, I'm not surprised. You know, it is what it is. You know, niggas gonna have to learn that grass ain't greener on the other side. You know, it's white. There's a movie called Undercover Brother. A very funny movie. Came out like the early 2000s.
Funny ass movie.
Funny as hell, right? And there's a character called White She Devil,
Yeah,
right?
that's the classic movie, and a lot of knowledge is dropped in that, man. But go ahead,
Nah, that's a fact. A lot of dollars will drop. So the white sheet, they talk about the man. All right, white sheet over. They're putting crazy shit in the fried chicken to get nigga. Like it's a funny, it's a very satirical, look on society. But yeah, there's a character called White She Devil, and it's like these niggas ain't gonna learn that this white woman, she may be worse than the white man. You know what I mean? When you really go into a lot of the hell that we caught, it all came from the so-called white woman. Emmett Till got his face beaten, right? Beaten. A 14-year-old kid got brutally murdered because of a lie that a white woman told. You know what I mean? Look at the bombing of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, all based off the lie of a so-called white woman against a black man, right? See, white women have been put on this pedestal as this delicate, doleful creature that needs protecting, and if anyone outside the white man, touches them or looks at them or whistles at them or even deals with them, all right, grave consequences are going to come. All right, it's an excuse for the white man to just exhibit his natural barbaric, disposition. So it's important for our people to realize that, like this white woman, no matter how much she says, oh, she's down for the cause, or she likes brothers, you know what I mean, this, that, and third, she'll ride. Nah, man, like the scriptures tell us, give us sound wisdom to never trust thine enemies, and the white woman is just a bigger enemy as the so-called white man, right? Niggas think they're getting back at the white man for dealing with his women, right? But again, there's a lot of shit that comes with that. You know what I mean? And then also you factor in the fact that our brothers in here in America, for the most part, aren't keeping the commandments. Now you don't have to have a hedge of protection against all the wickedness that's going to come with that devil. So it's sad that the brother had to die, but the Lord is using these situations to just rub it in our face to show us, look, these people are not for you. It's like when a dog like takes a crap in the house, right? What do? You take that puppy's face and you put his face in his shit, and you say, you see this? You don't do this, and then you pop him, you hit him, and that's what the Lord is doing to us with all this judgment. So we gotta wake up and smell the shit, right? We as a people are literally in a damn pig pen of shit, right? Which is our iniquity and our sin, and we gotta get ourselves up, dust our knees off, and go take a shower and get clean. And we get clean by taking heed to the word of the Heavenly Father, right? And loving our people and drinking waters of our own cisterns and not dealing with these other nations. But with that, I yield.
Oh yeah, and yeah, it's still debatable whether he's a brother or not because he was a Nigerian, and a lot of things is coming out that he hated Israel, man. He hated the so-called Negro, so on his Facebook. So them things is coming out. So, but yeah,
I,
yeah, I
I
mean,
think
the
he
brother.
Right,
might be. I think he might be Israel because of the judgment. You
yeah,
know what I'm saying?
right. He's a Judite. I'm
Yeah,
looking at his last name. His last name, I think it's like something Chukwu. That's I believe that's a Igbo name. So he's either Igbo. Let me see. Correct me if I'm wrong, tomorrow, because I know
Nah,
I, I
Chuku means God actually.
yeah.
Yeah.
What's his
So
no Obul?
okay.
Yeah, yeah. His name is Obul Obul Seli. So Obul, I believe no, that might be a Yoruba name. That might be a Yoruba name, but I think that he's an Israelite.
Mm.
Yeah,
Right.
elder. Some of our people are there, and that could be like Charles Paul said, could just be a judgment on him, right? And some of them in Nigeria, all people in Nigeria is not Israel. Let's make that clear first. All right, there are Hamites amongst us over there, but there are some Nigerians there, and some of them do think this way. That the white women are the best women to deal with, and the fact that he got judged in this way could just be another way to wake up our people, man. Because
Yeah.
Israel, we're in the four corners of the earth.
Right.
So but con. Ariella, real quick, right? To add to what you brought out, I would say the white woman is worse than the white man, to be honest with you, man. Because she influenced her own men and a lot of demonic things, even though it's already embedded in these white men, right? Is really sparked by their women, right? A lot of times. Of course, they're of the same lump, but these white women are evil as hell. Why do they men even do what they do and conquer and do all this? A lot of it is to please their damn dog women, man. Right? But now in these days, they're betraying them, trying to deal with every other man but their own man.
Salakia, it's something Elder Terah brought out, and I want to come back to it. Judah, you know what I'm saying? With the help of Gad and Reuben that was here at the time, though. But Judah built up cities, man. Judah built up cities, and one of the downfalls of their major cities, like Black Wall Street and Rosewood, was the white woman. She was a pivotal weapon used for her to just go there and just cry. Like her tears, even though they're like crocodile tears, right? Her fake tears, just her tears alone though put our cities to rubbish, man. Made it stubble. They burnt our cities down over the lies and fake tears that came from this witch. So when Elder Terah, when he brought out, yeah, Judah built up, and the other tribes be forgetting about it when they come over here that Judah built up, but it was destroyed. We also do gotta bring it full circle and use and recognize the weapon that was used to destroy those great cities. It was the white woman. She saw.
Con, brother. I see you, Samara, real quick. And like, the movies, man, like you said, Undercover Brother, that is one of my favorite because it brings out so much information also about how we really controlling this society through the music and stuff and how they really scared of us really taking over. That's why you see the white man, he start talking black. He's like, what the hell is going on? They influencing the world. You know what I mean? So that's interesting. But also the movie King Kong. Movie King Kong is about showing you this big ape that's really subject to the white woman and is being controlled by the white woman. You know what I mean? So they like, that's like in Undercover Brother, go back to it, they call the white woman the black man's kryptonite. You know what I mean? Because like Ariala said, no offense to people, but she rides. Yeah, I know, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? It's like she's been the black man's kryptonite. You see what I'm saying? And that's what undercover brother really speaks about also. And then you got that King Kong, you know, that big black man who's so strong, but the white woman, but the ape is subject to the white woman. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, these devils have used this white woman in many ways against us, man, and continue using her. You know what I mean? But yeah, brother, we know we are on the four corners of the earth. You're right, but yeah. So we know we got a lot of ham out there too, but in this case, this brother was probably Israel, but the judgment came to him, and it is what it is.
Guys, it's like real quick. You guys just after this. What's so funny is when you watch the movie Undercover Brother, the man, right, and his henchmen, they sent in White She Devil to take down undercover brother, right? And he went from having pork chop sideburns, a big fro, to the Cadillac, and this, that, and the third, to eating mayonnaise sandwiches, extra mayonnaise on the sandwiches, and listen to them Billy Jean, Billy Joe. Like it's a hilarious movie. If you've never watched it, you should definitely watch the movie. But go ahead, sis.
Shalakia for my background. No, I was just wanting to say that's the spirit that y'all. It's okay, baby. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just right. Here you go. That y'all brung that up because I was gonna talk about that. That movie Rosewood. I had just watched it a few nights ago, and I didn't realize how powerful it was until I thought about King Kong. And when you just mentioned that, I'm like, wow, that's the spirit. They do use the white woman as kryptonite, like they're just so much better than us, and that they have, so much control over the black man, and that they're better for them. And then now look at this situation. So yeah, our brothers definitely need to stay away from them, because and agree what Aris has said as well. White women are definitely much more worse than the white man. Like Rosewood, that they burned down that whole city over that lady lying, saying that it was a black man who raped her when it was her own kind. And I yield with that.
You know what I'm saying? So it comes full circle, yo. You know what I'm saying? It comes full circle, and this is why us as Israelites, we're, we're very big on the Israelite Slakia, y'all. We're very big on the Israelite household, right? We're big on the Israelite family structure. This is why we telling our brothers to get in order, get yourself in order, follow these laws, statutes, and commandments. Be a leader in your community. Be a leader in your household. So then your wife will recognize what's going on, and she could take heed, and she'll follow your steps, and then the children follow your steps, so on and so on. Because if we not together, we're vulnerable apart. I could bring up plenty of articles where, you know, sisters date white men and end up dead. I could bring up plenty of articles on that, and it's the same when it comes to us brothers, man. When we date these women, right? Let me get a scripture, y'all. Baba Kashaw, if someone could read. Let me get Proverbs 5.
I got you, Rock. Proverbs 5 and what?
Start at I believe 19 or 18. Start at 18.
Khan. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 18. Let thy fountain be blessed,
Right. Let
and
thy
re-
fountain be blessed. Right. Read on.
and rejoice with the wife of thy youth.
Right. Rejoice with a wife of thy youth. Right. What kind of wife should you get? Right. A wife of your kind, your kindred. Read on.
Let her be as the loving hind and pleasant roe.
Right. And no one says this is a doctrine like the Catholic Church where you stay away from women but end up molesting little boys. We don't deal with that, man. We deal with a heterosexual culture, right? A masculine heterosexual culture. Read on.
Let her breast satisfy thee at all times,
Right? You know Solomon, man. He had what? Hundreds of wives. So yeah, let her breast satisfy thee at all times. Read on.
and be thou ravished always with her love.
And you gotta be ravished with her love, man. Be ravished with it, right? That type of love that consume you. Read on.
And why wilt thou, my son, be ravished with a strange woman?
But why you want to be ravished with a strange woman, man? Stay away from Becky, man. She's a strange woman. Her ways are not your ways. Her thoughts are not your thoughts. Her attention is not your intention. Her culture is not your culture. Your God is not her God. Her God is Satan. She's gonna kill you. And then Satan's gonna see that as a sacrifice for him, and she gonna get blessed. She ain't gonna really do no jail time. She about to be even more popular now. Cause she's a white girl with a little booty on her. She got the blonde hair and blue eyes that Esau love. She done killed a nigger. That now Esau's completely turned on, right? And you know Esau's a sick individual. He probably gonna go in a corner and damn, forgive me, y'all, probably damn masturbate to the sight of her covered in blood. You know what I'm saying? Her OnlyFans is about to go through the roof.
Hey, covered in the
She
nigger blood.
covered in a nigger blood, right? Yeah, come on. Her OnlyFans price about to go through the roof. She about to put out a sex tape and be the next damn Kardashian. Why you want to deal with this strange woman? Read on that.
Khan. And embrace the bosom of a stranger.
And why you want to embrace the bosom of a stranger, man? That is an error, right? And you know, y'all know how Solomon fell off, man. Them women of other nations got him to go into idolatry for a while. Y'all,
Khan,
y'all,
Khan.
y'all can't get
Diabo,
into that, man. Hold on, hold
Diabo
on.
warned Solomon about messing with those heathen women. He warned him about that, but it was those concubines. You know, he wasn't supposed to mess around with them. He fell prey to their ideologies and philosophies, which were in stark contrast to what wisdom the Abba imparted to him.
Yeah, he fell weak to them, man. I think it's just that he overindulged, right? According to law, at that time, it was lawful for him to have a concubine. I just think that he multiplied too much. He was overindulged in them. He got turned the hell out. I mean, that's the way I see it. You know, brothers could say and you know have a debate on that, but let's not forget that the enemy turned him out. Right? There's a little bit more on that. Ari, read on.
Khan. Verse 21. For the ways of men are before the eyes of the Lord, and he pondereth all his goings. Verse
Right.
22.
Right. The
Khan,
ways
go
of the
ahead.
men, the ways of the men are in the eyes of the Lord. And he pondered what he doing, man. The Lord is pondering this brother. I'm saying there's a chance, there's a high chance he's Israel. But even if he was a Hamite, Most High God judges all, right? But let's say he Israel. The Most High God is watching this guy give love to this abusive, psychotic devil, but play the women of his nation. You know what I'm saying? Talk down on the daughters of Zion. So the Most High pondering that, like, you know what? I'm going to give you over to your lust and have you be judged by it. Because that's what the Most High God pondereth, man. Read on.
Khan. Verse 22. His own iniquities shall take the wicked himself, and he shall be holden with the cords of his sin.
You see that? You see that? Right? His iniquity took hold of himself. Ari. You know what I'm saying? What happened to that man? His iniquity. His iniquity took hold on itself and he was destroyed by his own lust. And with that I yield. Kind of, and if we could get a reader on deck, that would be Tawab. If anybody in the audience could be a reader today, raise your hand because we could get into these articles, right? Brothers be having that damn Pornhub spirit. Want to live out what they see on Pornhub. This is why brothers got to put away that porn, man. Get influenced by it. Get spirits on you. Gateway of demons entering your mind. You end up losing your damn cool and lusting after the damn enemy, man. End up getting stabbed to death, right? I know it ain't easy out here, brothers. And I know we got a dysfunctional nation and a lot of our men and women are dysfunctional. But you gotta, control your flesh, man. And pray to the most high God and fast and serve the most high God. And he'll bless you with a wife, man, to stop that burning, man. But don't ever, man, especially in this captivity and especially in these last days, don't trust our enemy. Like it says in Sirach, don't trust her. Don't trust her to put your manhood in her. Don't trust her to put your lips on her. Don't trust her to even get near her, man. Like, get out, brother. Get out. OnlyFans model. 25 years old. Probably stabbed that nigga 25 times. Yeah, we gonna get somebody in here to read the article. Bubba Shaw. We get a reader on deck. If we don't got a reader on deck, I'm gonna see if I could ping a reader into the room. But it would be highly appreciated. Right? Plus we got only 16 shares, y'all. We only got 16 shares and we got over 100 people in this room. Can we step the shares up? Y'all can hear me? Y'all hear
Yeah,
me?
Khan, we hear you, King. Yeah, Israel has been slacking on them shares, man.
Yeah, let's get these
All right.
shares up. You know what I'm saying? This message got to go out to our brothers, man. We got to warn them.
Yo, shalom, shalom, Elder Shapar,
Shalom.
Ari, Elder Terah, Ariala, everybody else on the panel.
So
You need somebody to read?
Shalom.
I got you. I'll step up.
Con, throw out. Yeah, because we do want to get into this article so Irika, switch in and put out that video of she saw being Bloody Mary.
All
Or
right.
should I say Bloody Karen?
Khan, Thawada, Aziala for coming up to read. You can go ahead and start reading, and we're going to add scriptures as we go. Thawada King.
All right. Let me get my sword out. All right. Let's get into this article, man. Make sure y'all following the club. Hit that crown of thorns at the top, that green house. Make sure you become a member and follow all the moderators on stage, man. We about to get into this. So I'm hitting the link now. Uh, let's see. All right. I'm ready to read whenever you need me to read, King.
Yeah, go ahead, Ak.
Yeah. It says a Florida OnlyFans model has been arrested for her boyfriend's murder after she stabbed him in an apparent domestic dispute. Courtney Clenny, 25, known on the subscription service as Courtney Taylor, stabbed her boyfriend, Christian Abusali, Salaki if I butcher that brother's name, in the shoulder amid a struggle at their Miami condominium on Sunday, police said. Um, Christian, 27, was rushed to a nearby hospital where he died from his injuries. The influencer, who has not been formally charged in her boyfriend's death, was hospitalized over mental health concerns after
Whoa,
making a
whoa, whoa. They said she was not formally charged?
con,
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, read on that.
con. The influencer who was Salaki, the influencer who has not been formally charged in her boyfriend's death was hospitalized over mental health concerns after making suicidal threats while in police custody, police said.
You see that? I'm gonna commit suicide. My life is over. Feel sorry for me. I'm blonde. Right? To hell with that damn devil, man. Read on that.
Con. Her current condition remains unknown. Investigators are working to determine if Clenny, whose neighbor alleges was abused by Christian, acted in self defense. Miami police responded to multiple domestic disturbance calls at the couple's apartment over the last 3 months. A neighbor claiming to have a direct view of the couple's apartment said he witnessed Christian strike Clenny about a week before the fatal stabbing. I
You
could
see
not
that?
see.
One second. That should have been a sign for him. Now, these are the ones that was recorded that they knew about, right? It said they had the reports about them going against each other multiple times in the past 3 months. So, what about the times that nobody knew about, right? When she was abusive to him, right? See, these are things you got to pay attention to when you're dealing with people. When you see these red flags, you got to get away from them, man. All right, but go ahead, Aziala. I just wanted to bring up that point, the fact that they were having so much reports on them having issues. But go ahead.
Huh. This is a quote from the neighbor that witnessed the strike. It says, "I could not tell if it was an open hand or closed handed, but he was swinging at her," the unnamed resident told WPLG. However, a trio who identified themselves as close friends of the couple alleged the social media model was the violent one in the rocky relationship.
Right.
"We've seen her hit him. I've never seen him hit her," Ashley Vaughn said. "From what we've personally experienced between the both of them, we believe that Christian wouldn't put her in a position where she would need to stab him to protect herself. We didn't think this is how it we didn't think this is how far it would have gone," Tahika Banks said. "Even that we really lost Christian only, it feels like we lost Courtney at the same time."
And somehow, still sympathy goes out to the white woman.
For
Y'all
the
see
damn
that?
aggressor.
We lost her too. No, you didn't lose her. She's over there in the hospital, eating Jello with people probably already donating to her GoFundMe. But read on that.
Gone. Clenny, who has more than 2 million Instagram followers, was hospitalized Sunday under Florida's Baker Act. The law allows law enforcement, judges, doctors, and mental health experts to commit a person to a treatment center for 72 hours if certain violent or suicidal tendencies are displayed. It is unclear if or when she will be released from the hospital. However, new content was added to her OnlyFans page the day after she was detained. While specific,
What? Yo, what? Read that part one more time, Mark.
it is unclear if or when she will be released from the hospital. However, new content was added to her OnlyFans page the day after she was detained.
So how you detain where someone has access to your OnlyFans to put up new content? Y'all make it make sense. I'll tell you, her OnlyFans about to go up on the price. She about to do a light sentence, probably no sentence at all. She probably spend like 6 months in a psych ward, come out, do a damn sex tape, and she's famous. But read on out.
Gone. While specific details surrounding their relationship remain in question, it does appear the couple has been together for several years. Their friends said Clenny and Christian moved to Miami from Texas a few years back. The group, which reportedly dined, traveled, and regularly socialized with the pair, said they are completely distraught over the situation. "He was just really high energy, bright, intelligent, would bring a smile to anyone," Josh Ramsey told WTVJ. "These are our two friends who've gone on vacation with, we go to dinners with, we go out on the town with them, and it seems like it's straight out of a crime documentary," Ramsey told WTVJ. "We would have never guessed it would have escalated to this point. I think I speak for our whole friend group. We are just shocked, very distraught about this," he added.
And you know what? These are Caucasian friends. These are Caucasian friends he was around. He's had his Caucasian friends. He had his Caucasian woman. And then the cave beast came out of ass, man. Right? Read on, King.
Gone. A GoFundMe account established in support of Christian's family has raised more than $65,000. The account creator said Christian was killed a week before his 28th birthday, leaving many unanswered questions and creates a void that can never be fixed or filled. That someone's selfish act ripped Christian away from this world, it is not enough to say we are shocked and hurting. We are utterly devastated, his loved ones wrote. Christian was extremely compassionate with a desire always to uplift those around him. He did not deserve for his life to be cut short by a heinous act of violence. We will never forget his infectious smile that could light up any room or caring spirit. That's the end of the article.
Hey, throw out a op.
No sweat.
Khan. Hey, let's go back to that Proverbs, man. Proverbs 5 that Shaw Paul brought up, that talks heavily about dealing with these damn devils and all these strange women, man. Let's start at 5 and 1 actually. All right.
Con,
Look at how it starts first, because this is how it has to happen for you to even to know the types of women you can deal with and not to deal with, right? And a lot of this, what we're going to read, is what our men lack. And this is why we make horrible decisions when it comes to who we choose to build our nation with, who we choose to have children with, right? That's the problem because we lack this. This is why you got brothers out here teaching our men and women and children, but we teaching our men because we understand that the men are the ones that lead our nation, right? We're the ones that lead our families. So if we lack wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, well, our whole nation is destroyed as a whole, right? So when they keep coming and telling you, what else are you doing for your community, right? There is no greater thing that you can do for a man than to teach him the ways of the Most High God. I'm gonna repeat that again. There is no greater thing that you can do for a man than to teach him the ways of the Most High God through the Spirit of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, right? You teaching him how to make money don't mean shit, and excuse my language, compares to the words of the Most High God. You teaching him how to be a pimp or to be a wicked nigga, right? Compares not to anything close to him being the teaching him the ways of the Lord, man.
Con.
Right? Let's go to Proverbs. Let's start at verse 1, actually. And we're going to connect some precepts with it just to go with what we got, the article. Then we're going to switch it to the video of her being detained after the stabbing occurred. Okay?
Salaki, I can read as well if you need.
Oh, Khan, all praises, man. Man. But go ahead, bring that out,
con,
Aziala. You can actually
con.
hold
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 1. My son, attend unto my wisdom and bow thine ear to mine understanding.
right. It says, my son, attend unto my wisdom. Right? How do we get the wisdom of the Most High God? Through the scriptures, right? And it says, and bow thine ears to my understanding, right? Because we know that understanding is to depart from evil. And you read in Job 28 and 28, right? Read on, verse 28, verse 2.
Con, verse 2. That thou mayest regard discretion and that thy lips may keep knowledge.
You see that? That thou mayest regard discretion, right? And that thy lips may keep knowledge, right? Read on.
For the lips of a strange woman drop as an honeycomb, and her mouth is smoother than oil.
Right. And her mouth is smoother than oil. Who has the same trait? Gerda King, go to Psalms 55 and 21, right? Who has this same trait where they sweet talk you, right? And make you think you're something greater than you are so they can destroy you.
That would
Con,
be Edom. That would be Edom, Malak.
Khan,
this is Psalms 55 and 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords.
that's literally what this witch just did, man, right? She literally stabbed this guy to death, man. Because what? He lacked knowledge, right? Like we were bringing up earlier, a lot of our people, right, will say, well, I don't want to deal with Eve because she's ghetto, right? She's a thought. But he's turning around dealing with the same woman. Her IG is filled of half naked pictures, man. So we know that's not what the problem is, right? Our men just think that these women are just the best thing they can ever have in their life, man, right? But guess what? He got judged for thinking that way. That was pure judgment, right? Go back to Proverbs and read verse 4 this time.
Con, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 4. But her end is bitter as wormwood, sharp as a two-edged sword.
Sharp as a two-edged sword, man. That I mean, what we're reading right here is exactly what happened to this guy, man. Right? His end was destruction because he lacked what? Knowledge, wisdom, and knowledge. Just like we read on the first two verses of this book here. Right? Let's get Ecclesiastes 7:26 real quick, then I'm gonna yield. Man, that verse 5 is good too. But let's get Ecclesiastes 7:26.
Come. There's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7 and verse 26. And it reads, "And I find more bitter than death the woman, whose heart is snares and nets, and
Right. That's her heart, man. Snares and nets. Right? Because when they first probably met, she sweet talked him into different things, and he got caught up in her looks, right? Thinking, oh man, I got me a great price, right? But her heart, her mind is filled with snares and nets, man. Right? She probably had other plans of what she wanted out of him and treated him like straight crap, man, until the end of his own demise over there, right? Read on, finish that out.
come, and her hands as bands. Whoso pleaseth Yahweh shall escape from her."
Right. If you please Yahweh, how do you please the Most High God? Right? What's the whole duty of men?
By
Right?
keeping the statutes and commandments, Malak.
That's right. You will escape women like this. Right? The Most High won't even put women like this in your path. You will hate women like this if you're dealing with the Heavenly Father. It's that simple. You keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of God, women like this will not even come anywhere close to your radar. Right? You'll be seeking righteous women, women that think the same, that love the Most High God, not women that want to show themselves half naked on damn Instagram and twerk all day. Right? Finish that out.
Come, but the sinner shall be taken by her.
Read that again.
But the sinner shall be taken by her.
But the sinner, someone that hates the Most High God, doesn't keep the laws of God, right, shall be taken by a wicked woman. Right? Go to Proverbs 5, read a fifth verse, and I'm gonna drop.
Come. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5, Salakia, and verse 5. Her feet go down to death. Her steps take hold on hell.
Right. Literally. I mean, he got put to death over her. Right. But with that, I'm gonna yield. All right. I'm gonna switch out the
Con,
article. Make sure y'all copy the link so you can go back and read it again. But I'm gonna switch out the article. We're gonna keep switching out the article on the topic, but I yield.
con. Already brought out like give me that scripture. I think it's in Proverbs where it say a whore is a deep pit. It's in Proverbs 6. It says a whorish woman is a deep pit. Because yeah, it is. It's a deep pit. You know what I mean? And like Aubrey was talking about, um, you looking for your woman on OnlyFans. Like you know what that's about. You know what I mean? You're looking for these women on OnlyFans or Instagram and stuff like that, and they half naked. What you think you getting? What you think you getting, man? Okay, you're getting that type of woman that's trying to seduce you with her body. So you're getting a whorish woman. That's why the scriptures say a whore is a deep pit, man. Literally a deep pit. That's what it is. Because you're digging your grave, and this is what happened to this brother. You know what I mean? This is what happened to him. Aubrey, you got that scripture?
Yeah, Proverbs 23:27, Elder.
All right,
I
read
got
that.
you. Con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 23 and verse 27. For a whore is a deep ditch, and a strange
Well,
woman is a narrow pit.
see that a whore is a ditch, man, and a strange woman is a narrow gate. This is why this is happening to you, man. Because, like the brother say, where are you looking for your women? OnlyFans. We know what OnlyFans is about. You see what I'm saying? But his eyes have been brainwashed by this whorish woman.
You see what I'm saying? And he's been deceived by America and this deception of this blonde hair, blue eyes. This thing is a pale dog, man. That's what it is, a pale dog. They got a lot of makeup on. But how can you be beautiful and you ain't got no melanin pigmentation, man? Make it make sense. But because we've been deceived by Cosmo magazines and the videos and all this and the movies, they think these women is beautiful when you got the most beautiful women on the earth. And we get caught in this deception and you go with this whorish woman. And this is what ends up to you, man, because you didn't follow the instructions of the scriptures. So this is what happens to you. With that, I yield.
I thought you were looking for Proverbs 23:27, Elder. Think. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it already. We got it,
Come.
sis. Thank you.
Con, y'all hear me?
You kind of breaking up,
We kind of static.
Azara.
Shalom, Daniela. Shalom to the brothers on stage.
Shalom, Adwan.
Elder Torah. And
Shalom.
Shabbat, you were looking for that word for Bloody Mary. That would be Bloody Becky.
Con, y'all hashtag that in the chat, in the room chat. Y'all hashtag Bloody Becky, man. And where Valen at? Right? Valen was scoffing yesterday, wasn't he? With that picture, that damn dog in his profile pic. Where he at? Con.
That nigga worried. He's next. That dog might stab him.
Right.
He's worried.
Y'all hashtag Bloody Becky, man. Whoever ain't shared the room yet, share the room now. Bloody Becky, man. And where Valen at? Someone ping Valen in here, man. I want to talk with him.
Khan, Adwan, can anybody speak?
Con King, go ahead.
Khan. I think that this lesson or that this topic that y'all talking about is important because, I'm not gonna read a whole lot of scripture, but um, it just says this, we know that the Bible tells us that not to follow in the ways of the heathen, you know what I'm saying? And we know that the stranger woman can lead us to all types of different things, idolatry, um, homosexuality, fornication. She can lead us into all of those things. And the scriptures warn us about following after her, and I couldn't understand, why, our brothers are so fascinated with this woman or with these type of women when the scriptures tell us that the women of the nation of Israel are the most beautiful women in the world. I couldn't trade in a dime for a penny. You know what I'm saying? So, I think it's important that we just, keep that in mind as well. You know what I'm saying? And, I firmly believe in sticking to our own. My grandfather, before he passed, we used to have little conversations and he said, white women take your soul. Like that was when I was in the world. So I never knew what that meant. And then I started, getting older and I see stories about basketball players who got caught up with white women and the white women weren't supposed to be having sex with those brothers. And now there are these rape cases. You know what I'm saying? Look at what happened to Deshaun Watson, man. 22 sex allegations against him. You know what I'm saying? And all praises to the Most High. He came out on top. The Most High had favor with him. He signed a 5-year deal worth $230 million with the Browns. But it just goes to show that you can't trust these women that are of these other nations, man. And we need to stick to the women that are in our nation. The Most High said, like I said, that they're the most beautiful women in the world, man. So I think that's where we should invest our time. And I yield with that.
Can you also read Proverbs 5, 1 to 8?
I didn't understand what you said, King.
I think he said read Proverbs 5.
Yeah, Proverbs 5, 1 to 8.
We
Yeah,
just read Proverbs 5, right?
uh,
He started at verse 1 and he stopped at verse 5. So we could, read from 6 to 8. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, okay, that's also good.
Con. This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 5, verse 6. Least thou shouldest ponder the path of life. Her ways are movable, that thou canst not know them. Verse 7. Hear me now, therefore, O ye children, and depart not from the words of my mouth. Verse 8. Remove thy way far from her, and come not nigh the door of her house.
There, there we're getting a warning, to stay away from the other nations. So you already went over verse 1 till 5, so yeah, it makes just clear.
Khan, all praises. I just actually just put up the link that showed when when the paramedics were on scene with her covered with his blood, right? This is right after the stabbing occurred.
And she's damn near naked with his blood on her. You know,
Right.
it looks very sexual and perverse. You never know. Jake was probably in the middle, or you know what I'm saying. The dude was probably in the middle of hitting it and said the wrong name, and she flipped out and stabbed his ass. You never know what happened, man.
Slakia, if I may.
Yeah, Khan,
Khan,
Adawan. Shalom. Yeah, but
Shalom.
Khan, Khan, Shalom, Shalom. I just wanted to bring out a preset to elaborate on the topic.
Khan. What you got, King?
I got Tobit chapter 4, verse 12.
Khan.
Khan.
If anybody could read that,
Con.
I appreciate it.
This is the book of Tobit, chapter 4, and verse 12. And it reads, Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to wife, which is
Khan,
not. Go ahead.
Slakia, Khan. So this is the scripture right here saying right here in Tobit. Most High told him straight up, take a woman of the seed of your fathers. Don't be dealing with these strange women because this is an example of what these strange women would do. You see what I'm saying? The scripture say, drink out of the waters of your own cistern, not drinking out of every fountain because there's a fountain out there. You see what I'm saying? You got to deal with the women of your nation, man. That's what keeps your spirit right with the Most High. That's what keeps you closer to the Most High. When you're dealing with all these other nations, they put spirits on you. Look at what happened to Solomon. Look, this is how Solomon fell, dealing with strange women. You see what I'm saying? So you can keep going and there's more.
Yeah, I think he's on the phone. Can somebody else pull that real quick?
Yeah,
That
What was it? Tobit what?
Toby
Uh,
4 and
4,
12.
4 and 12.
Uh, this is the book of Tobit, chapter 4. He just read verse 12, right? You want me to start from the top?
Yeah,
yeah,
start from the
come.
top. I think there was more on
Okay,
that.
con. Beware of all whoredom, my son, and chiefly take a wife of thy seed, of the seed of thy fathers, and take not a strange woman to wife, which is not of thy father's tribe. For we are the children of the prophets. No, Noah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Remember, my son, that our fathers from the beginning, even that they all married wives of their own kindred, and were blessed in their children, and their seed shall inherit the land.
Khan, you see that? So Most High telling you right there, it's better to deal with our own women. The Most High told us to deal with our own women. Like when King Solomon fell, he fell because he was dealing with strange women. You see what I'm saying? Samson fell because he was dealing with strange women. You see what I'm saying? Even David trying to deal with strange women. We got to remember that when you deal with these strange women, they cause you to go off. They cause your spirit, you know what I'm saying, to go off. You know what I'm
Salaki
saying?
King, David didn't
Con.
deal with strange women. Are you referring to Bathsheba?
Oh yeah, the
Yeah,
Hittite,
Bathsheba
right?
was an Israelite.
she was an Israelite.
Israelite. Oh, I thought she was a Hittite. Slacky.
Now you good,
Nah.
King.
Yeah, that's my fault. But yeah, y'all get the point though. I just wanted to bring that precept out.
For edification, Bathsheba was a Benjamite. All right. The
Okay, come.
the Dutchy wine man will go crazy. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead, Aknab, you got it. You want more on that?
No, that's the precept I wanted to bring out though, because I heard brothers talking about strange women. You know what I'm saying? I know it elaborates on this topic, so yeah.
Yeah, the water king.
Actually, keep reading on that. Go to 13, if you don't mind, Aknab. I'm gonna add a little bit more.
Okay,
All right.
come. Y'all keep reading.
Now therefore, my son, love thy brethren and despise not in thy heart thy brethren, the sons and daughters of thy people, in not taking a wife of them. For in pride is destruction and much trouble, and in lewdness is decay and great want. For lewdness is the mother of famine.
Right. And when you read the top part of this verse, right, that speaks heavily about loving our own people, right? And that's what some of our people lack. A lot of men in our nation, we really hate the women of our nation. That's why we don't deal with them. Let's be honest here, right? That's really what it is. It's hate, right? It says, now therefore, my son, love thy brethren and despise not in thy heart, right? Which we know is your mind, thy brethren, the sons and daughters of thy people. So this goes both ways too, to our sisters too. When you run out and date these Edomite men or men of other nation, right? You actually don't love your nation. You do not love your own people. It's that simple, right? For you to move that far and do that, we know that you don't love your people. But a lot of it comes because what? You lack wisdom and understanding, right? This is why I said earlier that this is the greatest thing you can teach your children, to love their own people, right? To keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Heavenly Father, to love the Most High God. That's the greatest thing I can do for my son. So when he grows up, he doesn't think he has to be with these other women, right? All he knows that all he has to do is have that wisdom that comes from the scriptures and know what type of sisters that he need to be dealing with, right? This is how we reverse these curses, man. We got to start from our own children and teach them to love the ways of the Lord and teach them to love men and women of their own nation. It starts from you, Israel, right? You come into these rooms, right? Building yourself in the spirit, studying the scriptures, so that way you can have something to teach your children. That is a great inheritance to give your children, man, right? So they can grow up and live a life that was opposite to what you lived. They can start at a younger age, man, than you did. Because a lot of us didn't get into this thing till our 20s, 30s, some of us 50s and 60s, man, right? It says, in not taking a wife of them, for in pride is destruction. What happens to these brothers, man, when they're dealing with these women of the other nations? A lot of them have pride. They think they got gold in their arms, man. Right? I got Esau's woman. Right?
Like Balin.
Madness, man. I yield.
I have a question, all right, a quick question, because I asked me this I asked myself a lot, right? Why is it that when black men date white women, right, they see it as a climb up the social ladder? Why is it?
Because they want to be like the slave master. A lot of our people, they are quote unquote black faces behind white supremacy, right? They want the white man's money. They want to live in a white neighborhood. You feel me, King? When even when they get money to shit on niggas and tell niggas they can't afford what they could afford, right? They want to drive the best white cars, right? They want to
dressing the best white designers, the white homosexual designers. You know what I'm saying? All those are forms of white supremacy. So of course the white woman comes with it. You feel me?
I get you.
They want to be accepted by the white people.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's psychological too, right? I mean, everything Elishah Paul just said is absolutely right, but there's a psychological aspect to it too. I've brought it out on a number of occasions as it relates to the Willie Lynch letters, right? Willie Lynch told the slave owners in the South that you're gonna have to make these slaves love you and hate each other, right? So they pin the light skin versus the dark, so on and so forth. So when a black man has a white woman, it's almost a feeling of accomplishment, right? I love my master so much, and now my master loves me to the point that she'll lay with me, right? So there's a psychological aspect to us too. Esau has done a number on our people. Yo,
Con,
I was riding around yesterday and I saw this uh a Bahamian driving, right, black woman in her probably 50s or whatever with a Ukrainian flag, bro. She probably didn't even know where Ukraine was on a map. But
Right.
because, they're hearing about
con,
these white people getting killed, she has a Ukrainian flag on her car, bro. I never thought I'd see that shit over here, but we just love our masters, right? It's a psychological thing that they did to us. But I you.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that. But now, how to break all of these strongholds that we have in our minds,
The same
right?
thing that Ella just said. Teach the next generation coming up after us to love one another and to prefer one another. That's how we break it, right? If we put
um,
ourselves first, Salaki, if we put ourselves first
sorry.
in all things, right, especially when it comes to the unions and the relationships that we have, then we break it. That's the only way to break it. Wisdom, right?
Con, Salagi, real quick. We gotta get back to the book, man. That's how we break all the curses. That's how we come back on and be where we supposed to be on earth. We gotta go back to the book. One point I want to make also is the fact that when these other Elamites, all these other nations date our men, they always go for the top tier men, that the top earning men, right? So when you see it, those examples, is always those basketball players, brothers going to college. Like, it's self hate. That's all it is. It's self hate. Here you are, your mother struggle on average. Your mother struggle to put you to school, put you to take you to basketball practice, football practice, camp, and all of that. After your mom struggled and did all of that with you turn around, you smack her in the face and pick somebody that doesn't look like her. That's more of a reason why you should pick a woman that looks like your mom. But instead, because you are physically and mentally, most important, like the brother was saying, mentally destroyed, you gonna pick somebody that doesn't look like your mom. It's self hate.
And on the flip side of what the brother just said, it seems like, the men among us, the men of our people, we go for the lowest level, most disgusting looking,
Oh my God, con,
the
con.
worst, the worst of the worst. I just
We
don't
get the bottom feeders, the bottom feeders. That's what you call them.
and parade them around like they mortals, bro. Like, yeah,
Man,
I don't get it, man.
Salakia King. I live in a town where I would say 60% of all the black men are with Edomites, and 20% of all the black women are with Edomite men. So it's pretty much a mixture. That's how this whole town is, right? But it's like when I see the men, they're always with the bottom feeders, always guaranteed. The ones that they reject. And when I see the women, Even some of the women, our women, they be with some. I'm like, you couldn't find a brother that looks like this guy looks like a bum. You
Con.
know, but you know what's funny? The things that we won't accept from our nation, from our people,
We will
will accept it from the other nations.
I've
I've
seen
seen,
it more times than I like to see, but you absolutely
bro, I've seen it so many times. I've seen it where Esau is screaming and yelling at Eve, and Eve has nothing to say.
just humble. Mm.
Humble.
Yo, when
Let a brother in public too. In public.
God, God.
Let a brother say, "Hey man, we should go left instead of right,"
Nigga, we're going right.
and
Let
the same thing with the brothers too. Like we just saw this, the brother, his, I guess his, what you would say, his girlfriend, whatever the case may be, she has her only fan. You're a man. You sharing your woman with everybody.
con.
You're not a man. You're not a man. You're
That's
not a man.
disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting.
Con, gang, con. Right? You sharing your woman, your prize. Your woman is your prize
That's
possession.
con.
Prize possession. It just it just reaffirms my belief. It just reaffirmed what the Bible said. It reaffirmed the curses. It reaffirmed that we are the children of Israel.
Con.
That's all it does for me. I don't know what anybody else, just reaffirms it. Stuff, stories like this, it just makes me, tighten up a little bit more. Go back and study a little bit more. Just do a little bit more. Check everything a little bit more because it's just, to me, to me this is crazy. But unfortunately, this has become common in our society. This is common.
Yeah, con. Just recently, Esau has an agenda though. Like, you know, this integration has happened a long time ago, but it's being more reaffirmed in these last days, right? Every movie you watch, if you have a badass Eve in a leading role, her love interest is gonna be a white man. More
It's,
often, 9 times out of 10, right?
yeah, it's
You have
got
a
to.
go ahead, Elder.
No, I was saying it's got to be a white man. That's the agenda. Like,
Yeah,
and
that's the agenda. Just recently in the New York Post, a black writer wrote that, more black women should consider marrying white men, right? Esau knows how this thing works, right? You got Amalek over there talking about, uh, you become a Jew through the line of your mother and all that bullshit, but they know that you are what your father is. That's why they'll post and, promote shit like black women should go and marry white men because they know what's going on, right? But they want us to wallow in ignorance and not know what's going on and think this is fine. Meanwhile, they're trying to continue they're trying to preserve their race through us, right?
Con. Say that one more time.
No,
You see,
that's what's going on.
but you see in these commercials and in these ads, like you see, I mean, like you said, Esau is. People keep thinking Esau is dumb. Esau is not dumb. Esau is not dumb. He knows what he's doing. If you look at these commercials, it's all these black women with white men and mixed race, what you would call so-called mixed race children. Esau is not dumb.
Fine,
We are
fine.
dumb. We thinking, oh, if like, what was they the the Kemet brothers and sisters be saying, if you have a little bit of black in you, you black. It doesn't matter if the mothers. It does matter. That's why Esau is mixing his seed with Eve, cause their women are not fertile like our women. If you just pay attention to some of these commercials, pretty much all these commercials, these ads, these um postcard and these billboards they put up. I'll say 75% of all the billboards I put up that I see is a white man with a black woman.
hey,
And go
Salak,
ahead, King.
it's that Willie Lynch letter. You understand? right? They just they
Con, con.
they package it up into a different form, but it's all still the Willie Lynch letter, still all Deuteronomy 28, right? Because they know that through the curses our eyes shall be evil towards each other, so they take advantage of that, and they use that situation to integrate in between us, right? Put some melanin on their race and also use their women to try to destroy us. It's like a damn double-edged sword, right? Because that integration is a curse according to the Bible too. The stranger that shall be among these shall what? Right? Get above thee,
Get
right?
above thee very high.
Right? And you shall come down very low. How low is this brother now? He allowed the stranger,
6 feet.
yeah, exactly. He's 6 feet low now, right? He allowed this stranger to come around him, seduce him, right? Have him talk down on his people. Because, yeah, I'm looking up right now the Facebook stuff that he's been saying, and it's not good. We're going to bring that out too.
Con, King.
Okay?
Let, let,
Hold
let, let, let,
on,
let- let
hold
me
on a
say.
second. Hold on a second,
Oh, I'm
King.
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, King. Go ahead.
Let me land this chariot right quick, right? Because we gotta realize that the enemy, he has an agenda. You know what I'm saying? And his agenda is to keep us apart because you know how powerful we are together. So anybody that's trying to practice that swirl or any type of thing, you gotta realize Yahweh Shai called a heathen woman a dog. So we gotta have that same mentality as men of the Lord. We got to see these heathen women as dogs and the daughters of Zion as daughters of the Most High God. I was saying that I yield.
Um, real quick, Dom, I'm gonna yield to you, but we're gonna go right to um, the panel because we got a couple of people up on stage. We want them to be able to add to the conversation. But go ahead, Dom.
No, I just had one thing to say about the Will and Lynch letter. The Will and Lynch is so true that Esau doesn't. We do Esau job now. That's all I wanted to say. We don't have to. He doesn't have to come out of his house and go follow. We doing his job right now. We as a nation are doing their job. Just like the brother Shaw Paul was bringing out about what he's putting out on Facebook and this and that and this and that. And we've seen that with several brothers and sisters where we are destroying our own people. They don't have to destroy us no more. We doing a good job at it. That's all I wanted to add on. Go ahead, King.
Con, all praises. Quick reset, then we're going to go right back to the queue. This is Crown of Thorns. This is your kosher breakfast. Today's title: The White Woman Will Kill You, Black Man, Hispanic Man, Native American Man. Hashtag Courtney Taylor. All right, you guys see the topic. You're here to build. If you got anything to add to it, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and be part of the conversation. All right, the water for everybody for adding to the build. All praises to the Most High. Make sure y'all follow the mods on stage. Also follow the brothers and sisters bringing out the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. All right, that are going through the scriptures and dealing with this particular matter. We're gonna go right back to the queue. Azriel, I know you didn't formally speak. I know you added into the conversation. Did you have anything to add to the build?
Uh, Not right now. I mean, I would say to what Dad just brought out about Willie Lynch, like, he said in his letters that if you followed the training to the T and to the letter, that they would have us under subjection for hundreds, maybe even thousands of years, right? And he was absolutely right because, you know, we systematically break down ourselves without the assistance of the white man. So, but as it relates to the topic, I agree with all the brothers on stage. We really got to go back to our heritage and deal with one another as opposed to looking to these other nations, to find husbands and wives of them, right? Because, like the brother was saying, your spirit is going to go off dealing with the women of the other nations and vice versa. They don't have it in them to keep the laws and the commandments of the Most High God, right? They don't have it in them to have the type of diligence that your spirit would have if the Most High has chosen you to follow Him, right? So, they're going to be a hindrance to your growth and to your salvation, right? It may not seem so because, we like the flattery of love the way Esau paints it, right? The whole Disney aspect, oh, this, that, and the third, but love is an action, right? Not the honeymoon phase that a lot of people go through in early relationships. There was this sister on IG, I think, Spiritual Word. I don't know if y'all follow that, but she came out and said that she was with a white guy, dating this white guy for like a couple of months, and now she's already saying to herself she think her husband is gonna be this white man, right? Saying that she feels supported, she feels like uh, the white guy treats her well, and I'm like, yo, after a couple of months, this is what you feel. So our women, we need to get out of the fantasy of what love is, right? I think we have a very, like I said before, a Disney movie like version of what we think love should be, and it ain't that, bro. Love is a commitment. It's something that you have to strive for daily. It's actions, right? It ain't just words and fuzzy feelings because that shit fades, bro. After a year, 2 years, you get used to the person or whatever. Your love has to go beyond what you feel in a day, right? And we really need to look at it and have a kingdom mindset, right? No royalty marries or mingles outside of their own circles, right? You got them, they go so far as to even deal with their own cousins and sometimes sisters and brothers, right? Of course, we know by the law we can't do that kind of shit, but they know what it is to be within your own bloodline of people, right? And that's how we should look at it, right? Stay with your own people. You're gonna be better off for it in the long run. After the fuzzy emotions fade off from the idea that you have a love and you committed to someone and you in it for the long haul, and you are both following the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High is gonna bless that union, and you'll be better off for it. But I yield. That's all I gotta say right now.
Khan, that's a great point, Azrael. I actually just added an article up here, and you can see how they promote, right? Why, black women, so-called black women, right, Israelite women should consider marrying white men. This is a crazy article, right? And they use the same narrative how there's not enough black men for the black women and this, not enough educated, just wicked narrative that they keep promoting to keep us separated, right? I'm going to switch it back to the title, to the other article with TMZ, but I want y'all to just read the retardation that is going on in there.
This is the exact article I was talking about earlier, right? So it seems as if what they're trying to tell us, right, or persuade us to do that, if you're successful in any regard, in any, do you have any type of status as a black person, man or woman, you should find yourself with a white counterpart.
Opposite race.
That's that's how it should work, right? If you're educated, you're successful in business or sports, athletic, whatever, any type of worldly success that you have, it's best to pair that with a white person as opposed to your own people, and that shit is ridiculous. But a lot of men and women are gonna fall for this Kool Aid, and they're gonna get drunk off the wine of Babylon and believe this nonsense. But bro, it's crazy. But I yield.
Right. And you transferring all that wealth from your own nation to these other nation.
Exactly.
It's crazy, man. But that's what they promote, right? Now, how in the world do they love anybody that look like you or that comes from your own nation when they promote that?
Con, and I have a question to anybody on the panel. Has there been anyone in politics on a high level, SCOTUS, uh, anyone y'all could name that has been in the public eye that is black and has a black counterpart for a partner, whether it be man or woman? Have
No,
y'all
I
seen
haven't.
that?
I haven't seen
I
one
don't,
yet, Malak.
bro. I don't see it. I have not seen anybody that Esau parades around on the news, like this Katanji Brown Jackson, I believe her name is, right? I
Khan,
don't see
she got
anybody
a
that
Edomite
right
husband.
exactly. She has an Edomite husband. Kamala Harris that ain't a Jake anyway, but they paraded her as a Jake to get votes. She has an Edomite husband, right? So this is what they do. You never see a powerful black man and black woman together in any type of situation that has influence, right? Not I'm not talking about your musicians, comedians, and things like that because they marry of their own most of the time, right? But when it comes to politics or any type of position where you out there and showcase to the world outside of entertainment, you seldom see them with their own people, bro. Right? And this is the agenda that's going on and what they're trying to put in front of you. They do it subliminally, like the brother said, in movies and commercials. And then on the out front, whenever there's a powerful black person anywhere, he usually has a white counterpart, right? That's just the way it is. But I yield.
Is there a queue?
Khan, yes, there is. Yes, there is. We'll be right with you. Okay. Um, and Shalom, Johnny, Shalom.
Shalom.
Uh, hey, brother Clyde, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build. What do you got to add to it, brother Clyde? You there?
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah. I do. It's ironic that the topic is about um, dealing with strangers. And yesterday we were talking about were we or are we considered strangers, foreigners, Gentiles, things like that. However, yesterday evening, I went to go eat my lunch in a study. I'm taking two courses online, and as I sat, I ordered me a glass of water, and this brother, he had seen these two Edomites walk in, and he began, like marveling at them, though there were several other Israelite sisters sitting at the restaurant. And then he began to go speak to them. I heard him ask what were they sipping on, and he became like frantic, like wow. And like one of the Edomites looked at kind of ghostly because I'm like, man, she looked at beyond white or not white or a pale color or like a sheet was over her face with long dark hair, you know. And they come in with their midriff out, and he went out of his way to spend maybe about $100 on them. And I had mentioned to another Israelite, I said, all these beautiful Israelite women, and he doesn't offer them a drink or to buy them a meal, you know, because I was eating my vegetable plate. Yet he's offering to spend money and money. Then all of a sudden, I said, they're going to get up and leave. That ain't going to be no action for him. And what did they do? They got up, waved at him, and left after he had spent all his money, and nothing was received out of that. So yesterday, and it's apparently meant for today, I was perusing the word and I came across the book of Ezra. So in chapter 10, it reads, now when Ezra had prayed and when he had confessed, uh, weeping and casting himself down before the house of Yahweh, there assembled unto him out of Israel a very great congregation of men and women and children, for the people wept very sore. 2. And Shechaniah, the son of Jahiel, one of the sons of Elam, answered and said unto Ezra, we have trespassed against the Most High, and have taken strange wives of the people of the land. Yet now there is hope in Israel concerning these things. So a lot of I think what happens is that our women, our Israelite women, they go for the money, and their women, when they want to date us, they go for the physicalities. And I've never desired them. I've never been attracted to them. I never got caught up in the lustful conversation about what they like to do and how they like to involve themselves. In fact, an Edomite woman touched my neck last night, and I had turned around, and she said it was her breast, and she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." And when I had turned around, she was with an Israelite, and as they sat in the corner. So there are many reasons, and I think, brother moderator, you're right about Clarence Thomas, an Edomite, Ketanji Brown, an Edomite, Kamala Harris, an Edomite. So it's I thought about Ketanji Brown about her confirmation, and I said, well, 90% of the pedophilias or pedophile personalities are Edomite male. So they said, hey, good girl, good girl. You gave the white man less sentences, but when it comes to an Israelite, you know, for a small joint, you get 50 years. So their desires are based, to me, on money. I don't think they desire the Edomites. I really, really don't. I think they look at it for power. I think they look at it for just something to move up the ladder versus an Edomite woman, looking at an Israelite male because we're very domineering, we're very powerful, we're very robust, and that's their particular desire. But as I told the brother, I said I'm not into the Edomite women. I never have been, never wanted to. Don't see anything in them. Ain't never been attracted to them. Anything. Only Israelite women have been a part of my arms all my life, and I yield.
Hey, Salaki, it's like what? Yeah, mute your mic because you got an echo, King.
Oh, okay. It's just
Kind,
my car. It was car running.
yeah, kind. It's like what Azaria Allah brought out, man. Right? It's the Disney syndrome, man. That's why it's so important for our children to see positive pictures of ourselves, right? Positive images of ourselves. Go into the Bible and have pride in your own bloodline and your own kindred, because that Disney syndrome from when you're young, and our sisters, they see like the quote unquote handsome prince is an Edomite. Prince Charming, or the prince that kissed what's her name and got her out of sleep. All these princes, all these prince and royal figures and men with power and men that showed them romance when they growing up, they looking up to Edomite men. So they be having that fantasy in their head that Esau is gonna be their knight in shining armor. Really, he's the devil that the Bible speaks of. And the same thing goes for our men. The reason why a lot of our men, they see the white woman as just the prize because they grew up watching those same things and thinking the white woman is the princess they need to save and treat delicately, and I just gotta have her and make her my princess. That's not the case. Like I said, like Yahweh Shai called this the strange woman a dog, man. Right? It's the same way we gotta look at these heathen women as their dogs. That's the spirit of Yahweh Shai. That's being Christ like. That's respect to your God and your King. Khan,
Con, and they damn so smell like dogs too.
and they damn sure smell like dogs. Because unfortunately, what I'm saying, growing up in New York and being close to Pennsylvania and other places, man, yeah, them white girls used to be all over me. But I did notice every time they would get sweaty or when they come out the shower, or especially on a rainy day, don't let them get caught in the rain. They'll smell just like a damn dog. I noticed that thing. I'm like, man, like even when I was in the world and I thought that the white woman was some type of princess on earth. Man, that woman get wet, man, she smell like a damn dog. And that's facts. And I yield on that. Who's next in the queue?
I believe it was Mikael after Clyde, or whoever's in order, according to y'all PTR.
Yeah,
Uh,
Mikhail, go ahead. You got the floor. You see the topic. You here to build. What do you got to add, King? And Shalom.
Gosh, hold on. Hey, hey, that's crazy. I was gonna pull out that article too, but That was gonna be the main point I made, but it's cool if I read a couple excerpts out of it because this I actually looked up the person who wrote it, and it's actually a Jake who wrote it.
Yeah, I was saying that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. But go ahead, read out of it. Go ahead, Larry.
All right, kind of. So, all right, it says black women should not be held hostage to the struggles of black men. Banks piece reads, they should marry out and not marry down. He added, blanks blanks claimed black women will need to free themselves from race loyalty before they will be able to find healthy relationships. Rather than partner with men of other races, many heterosexual black women either don't marry or marry black men with whom they are not especially well matched, the professor wrote. Kind of, that's a lot of more like self hate stuff in the article, but kind of you get the gist. Uh, I was also gonna, I got a couple points for real. Like just on the news alone, like and that Kingdom Come, I lost track of how many this year stories we had of black women like dying in a weird way from these
A
so-called rich
lot, a lot.
white people. Right, bro. I lost count, and it'd be like hotel rooms. You don't get no details on the suspect. It's just a black woman randomly dead. You know what I'm saying? Damn, there's so many layers to this. Another thing y'all touched on that I agree with is like it's like a fetish thing. Like them with us, like the white women with the men, like it's like a fetish thing more than a status thing. But with us to them, uh, some jakes that feel like they got a leg up, or they feel exalted with her on her on their hip or whatever.
Yeah, women and men in the corporate world would call it a career move, right?
Con.
Crazy as hell, bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
and then even with like Katanji and Kamala Harris, hey, it's like as far as the image goes, I think it's like they black, but they're not too black. Like you know how like
they
some
black-ish.
right, like you know
Yeah,
how Jake got to move in the world, like with dealing with Esau and stuff, like trying to get a job. You might change your tone a little bit,
con.
like not seem threatening, but they really just threaten that your skin and your spirit for real.
Yeah,
What else? I was gonna make one more point. Oh yeah, and then I think they see how dangerous it is for so-called two black people to have a healthy relationship and then get into some power. I think that even if they don't know why they fear that, they spirit knows why they fear that. So I'm gonna land right there. What?
con. And I agree with that on so much levels, bro. Because I mean, if I could speak right quick, um, there was a situation that happened a couple of months ago. I'm not sure if it was last year or earlier part of this year. Like, I mean, we're still in the first quarter, about to, go into the second. But there was this incident that happened at a mall between this Jake and this lighter skinned. I don't know if he was white or just Northern Kingdom or whatever. But be that as it may, the officers came over and automatically, without even investigating what the hell was going on between this altercation that happened between the brother and this alleged Edomite, they they go straight to the brother right away, no questions asked, automatically. So it's like it's a muscle memory. It has to be in their spirit to be like adverse to Jake. The Most High said that in their being. That's it's just in them, bro. Right? They can't help it. So I agree with you said just now. It almost comes as second nature, right? They can't help themselves when it comes to us. But yeah, like you
God,
said, this topic has a lot of layers. But I'll give up the mic. You got it.
God, Salaki, Ezra. Go ahead, Larry. We got to go back to the queue.
Shalaki. Hey, quickly, I just wanted to say this is why I'm impressed with Monique, because when I was reading her stories about what she was dealing with Hollywood and Can't think of the name of the company that she was attempting to sue. That she did win. Articles stated that they wanted her to get rid of her husband. She said, "No, he's the head, and I'm to follow him, and I'm not leaving my husband, and I'm not, like mixing or dealing with strange relationships, things like that." So I just want to, use that as a caveat about a strong woman, Israelite woman, and she didn't denounce her strong Israelite husband. I yield.
Con. Hey, Shalom, Charles. Welcome to the stage, man. All right, you see the topic, you hear the Bill King. What you got to add to it, man? And Shalom.
Shalom, shalom, Kayal Malak, Ari, Wa Ahayim.
I don't know if the brother is there
Who's
or
next?
maybe he's there.
Guys?
Yeah, yeah, he might have stepped away from his phone. But yeah, we're gonna come back to him once he's back on the phone. Oh, there we go. Go ahead, Al.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Got a lot of background
Uh,
noise, but we can hear you, King.
Kind Shalom, trying to get some of this breakfast. You know what I'm
Con.
saying? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Like, man, it was a crazy, and like, it made me think of these scriptures. I like shoot, I got a couple. Shoot, I'm gonna get the book of Proverbs 11. You know what? Hold on.
Yeah,
Shoot,
just call it out.
I'm gonna get.
We'll have somebody read it for you.
Okay, kind. Shoot, can I get the book of Proverbs chapter 18, verse 21?
Con. Isaiah, are you
Con.
still there? Or
You
Brother
said
King, go ahead.
Proverbs 18 and what?
Uh, verse 21.
Con, it's the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse
Hold on.
21.
Mute up while it's being read.
Okay,
Because you got a lot of
kind.
background noise.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof.
Right? Cause shoot, man, I was looking at this brother post. I was like, man, this nigga was cooning out. You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, basically, he conformed to the image of the beast. Can I get Job 15 and 6, and then after that, can I get Revelations 20 and 4?
Con, it's the book of Job, chapter 15 and verse 6. Thine own mouth condemneth thee, and not I. Yeah, thine own lips testify against thee. And you said Revelation what?
Chapter 20, verse 4. And the reason why I pulled that scripture because that brother he conformed to the image of the beast, which is what? You know what I'm saying? He had that mind of Caesar Borgia, you know what I'm saying? He spoke as he spoke figure white supremacy, you know? And the prophecy says up in Revelations 20 and 4 that should, only those that haven't conformed to the image of the beast, But yeah, can you get that scripture, King?
I got it. It's the book of Revelation, verse 20 and verse 4. And I saw thrones, and they sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahweh and for the word of Yahweh, and which had not worshipped the beast, neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their foreheads or in their hands. And they lived and reigned with Yahweh 1,000 years.
Right. So we know that so this beast is talking about America, you know, that came out of the sea, and that sea refers, as nations, but we know that shoot,
this brother clearly conformed to the image of the beast. You know what I'm saying? And his own mouth, his own typing on a keyboard, right? It condemned thee because he freaking conformed to white supremacy, right? But at the same time, man, it's all prophecy. And I found this scripture, man, about 2 days ago, man. And this is the last scripture. This is the book of can you get the book of Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18. And after that, shit, I'm gonna land
Uh,
my plane.
this the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 18. Come now, and let us reason together, saith Yahweh. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. Though they be red like crimson, they shall be as wool.
Right? So when I read this, I was like, wow, shoot, it sounds like, can you guys hear me? Because somebody was calling me.
Yeah, we hear you. Go
All
ahead.
right, when I read the scripture, I was like, damn, it sounds like it's talking about us up in Babylon. Because why is it referring to Israel, you know what I'm saying, freaking wearing scarlet? People keep calling me, bro. Like, bro, that must be Satan, bro. It's like, seriously, right?
God.
Right? But, you know, uh, when I read the scripture, I was like, wow, it sounds like Israel is putting on, it's conforming to the ways of the so called white man. Because what? It describes, that dragon, that red beast with 7 heads and 10 horns, what? As red, scarlet, And then, even if you want to go in further, to all the brothers, man, that's teaching on the highways and byways, and we got that sign, that shows that harlot riding, freaking riding that red dragon, right? Man, uh she looked just like that devil. You know what I'm saying? The blonde hair and everything. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, freaking that brother's actions, man, it condemned thee because he conformed to white supremacy. You know, you know. But yeah, shoot, man, that's all I had to say.
Con.
God.
Uh, Con, that's a powerful point, and that kind of leads us to the next point, right? If you guys PTR, I just added a link of this. If it's an Israelite, right, this brother, right, dissing the daughters of Zion, man, right? Like the brother's just bringing out his own mouth, condemned him, right? But I do want to add a couple of scriptures real quick, and I'm gonna yield back to the stage and go back to the queue. All right. Just to add on to what a couple of precepts to add on to what the brother was bringing up, and we're gonna stay in the same book. Actually, Gerda King, let me get Sirach 28 and 12. All right, then we're gonna jump down a little bit,
Con,
and after that we'll go back. Now
Sirach
this is
12.
Khan. This is a precept to Proverbs 18 and 21 that my brother brought out. Okay, yeah, read Sirach 28 and 12.
Oh, Sirach 28 and 12. Con.
Khan. The Water King.
It's the book of Sirach, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 28, verse 12. If thou blow the spark, it shall burn. If thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. And both these come out of thy mouth.
Right. It says, and both these come out of thy mouth. We understand that if you blow wind on fire, you're going to increase that flame. And that's exactly what he did. When you look at the article I just put up there, he has a lot of tweets talking against the children of Israel, right? Talking about the
That's
daughters
the
of
brother
Zion.
that she stabbed.
Right, right.
See
You know what
that?
I mean? This is pure judgment, man. Right? If you don't see it as judgment, you don't know what's going on, man. Right? You can quench things with your mouth, right? You can stop things from going worse than what they are by your own lips, man. Right? When you read stuff like that, how can you even feel sorry for someone like that? Right? We understand we're not giving this damn dog a pass here, right? But at the same time, our own people, we got to watch our mouth, right? Jump to verse 18. Stay in the same book, same chapter, verse 18.
John, verse 18. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword,
Uh
but
huh.
not but not so many as have fallen by the tongue.
Man, that speaks on its own, man. That's how important your words and your mouth, right, can cause your own destruction and death, man. Right? But we got to watch what we're saying, right? Especially when we're dealing with each other, right? Because that's hate, man. Right? We understand we have issues. Nobody's saying that the daughters of Zion is not off. We understand that, right? But we as the men, we have to be that righteous leaders for our own women in our own community, right? We got to get our shit together. He's being a damn hypocrite, talking about if he's an Israelite, talking about his own women, but over here giving a pass to a damn devil when she's a damn IIG so-called model, man. Right? But anyways, I'm gonna yield with that. I'm gonna go right back to the queue. Johnny, what's going on? This is the you said a topic, you're here to build. What do you got to add to it, man? And Shalom.
What I
Yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours, King.
all
You
right,
next.
my bad. I was cleaning before Shabbat. All right, but yeah, now let's read the kosher breakfast. That white woman will kill you, Courtney. Oh well, yeah, um, speaking to the topic, of course, we already touched on the article. You know, um, I think it's been many times we've seen throughout history where our people have been caught up in the mix of things and some folly because of Esau's woman. You know, um, what was it back in I think it was Tulsa or something? They thought old boy had touched a white woman, and Emmett Till, a white woman. And I live in Georgia, so I'm more so near the countryside sometimes, and I see white men and I see white men and black women and black men and white women walking down the road sometimes, and during the countryside ain't no sidewalk down here really. So I see that, and it makes me wonder: is that wise? Is that wise? Gas station ain't for another couple miles. You know, and with our women and our men, I'm just gonna be honest. Folks may not like it, but we frustrated with each other. Not like personally, but I'm just saying like as a whole, our people are tired of each other. You know, uh, black men, we tired of, and I'm not talking about the sisters in the truth. When I say Eve, I mean we get the idea who Eve is. You know what I'm saying? But we get tired of Eve down, being aggressive. Even at the damn Waffle House. I just asked for my waffles a certain type of way. They not all burnt and fucked up. Excuse my language. And every time I do that, the woman, it's one lady. She always make a face at me. She get mad. The other people, they just happy to serve. But she just and it's like I don't even know the lady. I'm here, and it's like I'm your brother. Why are you being so hostile and aggressive towards me over something so small? And it's certain things even in public. The black man, he gets there's an industry on making black men look like a bunch of niggas without any type of brain whatsoever. In the TV shows, you got the black man that's stupid and the wife got to come save everything. Oh, he fucked up with this, so now the wife got to come in. Or in the movie, you got the black man, he's clueless, and the wife, she's just all this, and he's having to go through all these hoops and stuff to get her, and he and then you got the movie where the black women, they just our culture, our people, they're monopolizing our ignorance, if you will. And it's real stupid. I'll make this last point and be done, but you know it's like the brothers had said earlier. It's that Disney fantasy type stuff. um I can't say anything that hasn't already been said up here, because y'all touched on damn near everything. But it's ridiculous, and I think it makes me wonder, what is the dating pool gonna look like 5, maybe 10 years from now? If we still here, what? Because right now, common sense ain't common. Folks can't reason. And if Jake is so happy to go with Esau, and Eve is so happy to go with Esau, it's like, every day is something new. So that's all I gotta say. It's only getting worse. If you got a sister in the truth, you know her, or you already married, or you got a brother, keep them around. To all the sisters in the audience or whoever, if y'all trying, I know we get on Eve a lot, but thank you to the females that's actually trying. But this shit getting ignorant, and I yell.
Khan. All praises, man, to Water for those words. I mean, yeah, man, this is a problem that we're dealing with on both sides, right? A lot of reasons why we got our brothers and our sisters thinking that them dealing with the other nations definitely has a lot to do with just that hate for each other, right? And we got to get out of that. And brothers and sisters bringing that up, we got to go back to, um, putting our God first, loving each other as a nation. That's the only way we can correct things and and change things around, man. It's just crazy. I was actually going through some other articles we're going to be putting up. It gets a little bit deeper than what we even are talking about right now. But Shalom, Judah Princess, welcome to the stage.
God,
Go
God, God.
ahead.
Shalom. Real quick, and that's the thing, man. That Deuteronomy 28, 54, we can't get over that, man. But that's the thing. The boxer Jack Johnson, a lot of people talk about him dealing with white women and stuff like that, and he was the first. They passed that law about the um, trafficking women. That law came from him, because it was white women. But the thing he said is that he dealt with a lot of black women, and they didn't have that respect for him. What I mean? Not justifying it, of course, but that's the thing with a lot of our brothers, what they deal with. That evil eye towards each other in the black relationship, the Israelite relationship. You know what I mean? Um, that evil eye towards each other, and that loss of respect with the Willie Lynch and things. And unfortunately, that's why a lot of our brothers and sisters date out. But that ain't no excuse, because the scriptures basically tells you when you read about it, it should be a snare to you. Remember that scripture, Ari? I think that's in Esdras. When you seek thy wealth, and then the scriptures talk about it should be a snare to you when you deal with these other nations. So, that's what's happening. Our brothers don't realize that, and our sisters don't realize that. With that, I yield. Con, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that. Yeah, I yield.
Hey, Salakia, Salakia. Hey, Shafar, you there? I got to step away for 1 second.
It's like you got another brother in the queue. I think Judah.
Nah, that's a sister. Brother
Sister.
King, go ahead, take the cue for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sister Judah. Did you want to speak on the topic?
Yeah,
Well, I will come back.
I actually got put down in. Well, I put myself into the audience because I was cooking, but I'm finished now because I was going to say what I was going to say. I said since they brought me back up here, I might as well say what I should say. But when they spoke about um, uh, they forcing like black women to date black men, I mean not black men, but Edomite men. And I said I experienced that on my job. Like they're like, why don't you talk to that person? Why don't you talk to that person? But I don't like them. So like it's like they try to force it and they talk so negatively about black men. But when I hear the stuff that they go through and then also outside of my job and the like they're not being treated well by these white men. Not at all. Cause I'm just listening to conversations and hearing the stuff that they saying. Like the sex is like something disgusting. It's like perverted. Like they're treating you like a dog. Like that's not normal sex. It's just like they're using you, and then when they get upset, they call you all these type of names. And I hear most anyone who dealt with them, that's the case. A girl, she was just crying at work, and she was talking like, "Why you don't like me like that?" But the stuff you telling me, well, you're telling the people in the room about the sex. This man don't like you. He's like using you as a dog. Like, you know what I mean? It's just horrible. So I deal with that.
Con says Con. Uh, I did want to read a couple other scripts that have to do with like what Brother Ari brought out. Actually, in the same chapter he had me reading in the book of Sirach, chapter 28. This brother was dissing his own people. So that's like backbiting. And I'm gonna read these two scripts, these two precepts, chapter 20, Ecclesiasticus chapter 28, 14 and 15. A backbiting tongue hath disquieted many, and driven them from nation to nation. He was driven to these Edomites, right? And they have to go back to integration as well. Integration is the worst thing that happened to our people. I keep reading. Strong cities hath it pulled down, and overthrown the houses of great men. 15. A backbiting tongue hath cast out virtuous women, and deprived them of their labors. So all our brothers that actually go with the other nations, they're casting out the virtuous women. The brothers that are looking for I don't know, whatever they're looking for in our women, and they seem to find the ones that are just loud and obnoxious, it's because they have a backbiting tongue. And I just land my plane right there. Brother Kim you were next.
Lucky, may I say something? Because I forgot I was going to
All
say
right,
that
sis.
the same thing you just read. It was earlier, well, last year, the end of last year in December. The same thing that this article is about. The guy, he was saying all these things about black women. There was a girl, a young pretty girl out in Connecticut. She was saying the same thing about the black men. She was like 23 years old. So she went on a dating website. She met a white dude. He came to her house, and then she ended up dead. And then when the police interviewed the dude, he seemed like a nice guy and let him go. So now you got a 23-year-old girl, a black woman in her house dead. Let the Edomite person go because he seemed like a good dude. And she was saying the same back thing with the tongue. She got the white guy and he killed her as soon as he meets her.
Damn.
Con. All praises, man.
Salakia. As it says in Ezekiel 35:5, the Edomites having a perpetual hatred toward us. It definitely includes our women, you know. But sadly, a lot of our women are byproducts of power and status. And they feel because the Edomites have deprived us of that by stealing our heritage, that going to them would make their lives better. As we just found out, that is not the case. Their objective is to destroy our people. In John 10:10, the thief come in, but to steal, kill, and destroy. That is their objective. That is what they were created to do. That is how they were created to be. For any of us to be blinded by any of their fraudulent ideologies and philosophies, it's, like I said previously, it's a travesty. So it's imperative that our people, especially our sisters, uncover this veil of lies that these Edomites constantly project at us and get with the nation. And as far as our brothers, we have to apply these scriptures in our lives every day. I mean, even the Apostle Paul knew that we wouldn't follow the law to the letter, but we have to practice and rehearse the righteous acts as rightly as possible in order for us to possibly have a chance of getting out of this mess. With that, I yield.
Con, brother. Atawal.
Con.
Hey, Atawal, real quick, give me Joshua. That's what I wanted. Joshua 23, 12 and 13, brother.
I'll have to retrieve my sword, King. Give me a minute. Someone else
Go
can
to
bring.
King.
Someone
Go
else
ahead
can
and
bring
get
it
it.
out for him.
Yeah, go to King. Go ahead and get it out.
Oh, Con. He said Joshua what now?
23. 12 and 13. Because like
All
the
right,
brother
Elder.
bring out, these nations are a snare to us, man. Even when you marry these nations, they're a snare to you. And the
Con,
Lord warned us about that, man. Read that out,
con,
Joshua 23.
This is Joshua chapter 23, verse 12. Else, if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations,
Now, Salakia,
even
start at the 11th verse real quick.
verse 11. Take good heed, therefore, unto yourselves, that ye love Yahweh, your Elohim.
That you love the Most High. Come on.
Else, if ye do in any wise go back and cleave unto the remnant of these nations,
And you cleave to the remnant of these nations. How you cleaving? By serving their gods, by marrying them. Come on.
even these that remain among you, and shall make marriages with them,
And make marriages with them. Read on.
and go in unto them, and they to you, know for a certainty that Yahweh our power will no more drive out any of these nations from before you.
See that? He wasn't going to drive them out. He wasn't going to judge them because you intermingling among them. You cleaving to them. We ain't supposed to do that. We ain't supposed to seek their wealth. It's another scripture that tells you don't seek their wealth, which is a lot of times what our people's doing. Which a lot of times what our women is doing, seeking their wealth. You see what I'm saying? Because the man that marries them a lot of time, those are the wealthy men sometimes. The football players, the basketball players, the businessmen, they got their wealth. But when it comes to our women, a lot of times you're seeking their wealth. You want a white man because you think he has the money and everything. You see what I'm saying? Read on, brother.
Con. But they shall be snares and traps unto you,
But
and
there was a snare
scourges
and a
to your
trap and a
sides.
scorn. And this is what happened to this brother. That became a snare to him. That brother lost his life and a trap to him. Seeking their wealth, man, seeking them out. Going after them, lusting after the damn white woman. Worshiping the beast. Read on.
Salaki,
Con.
Elder, you want Ezra 9:12. When you done, I bring that up, Elder.
Yeah, read on.
And thorns in your eyes,
And
until
thorns in
ye
your eyes. Come on.
until ye perish from off this good land which Yahweh our power hath given you.
See that? So Joshua way back then warned us, man, about that. But we still ain't listening. We still ain't listening, man. And we was gonna perish off the land dealing with these nations, man, and cleaving on to these nations. But because they have got us to worship them, worship their wealth. You know what I mean? Like Shower Paul, the priest Shower Paul was talking about how we worship their wealth. As soon as you get a little money, you want to put on a Gucci belt. $340. You want to put on some Gucci sneakers. Louis. All of that. You worshiping them. Everything they do, they clothes. Then you get the white woman because you think you going up in society. You're worshiping the beast, man. Give me that. Give me Edges 9 and 12 in the Bible.
Edris
Con, you said
9 and
Ezra?
Mhm.
Yeah, in the Bible.
Con.
Edris, Edris 9
Yeah.
and 12. Now therefore, give not your daughters unto their sons,
Give
neither
not your
take
daughters unto their sons. Come on.
neither take their daughters unto your sons,
Come on.
nor seek their peace or their wealth forever,
See
that
that?
ye may
Nor seek their peace or their wealth, man. That's what a lot of times our sisters is doing. Like I said, they going after their wealth. The men, so much, nah, men do that sometimes, but a lot of times you look at the men already got the wealth, and the white woman goes after them because they already, financially secure in a lot of cases, and then they grab a white woman. You see what I'm saying? But the sisters, a lot of times they going after them for money, man. The Lord say don't do that. Not all, but in a lot of cases. Go ahead,
Yes, brother teacher. That ye may be strong and eat the good of the land,
that you
and
may
it
be strong and reap the good of the land. Come on.
and leave it for an inheritance to your children forever.
See that? And that's deep because when a black man, and I think that brother Dr. Umar brings that out a lot, but when a black man goes after the white woman, a lot of times the man usually dies first in this society. And where he leaves his wealth to? He leaves his wealth to them, man. They get the inheritance. You see what I'm saying? They get the money. They get the
Con,
inheritance. When this raccoon from the Supreme Court, Clarence Thompson, when he dies, his wife is gonna get the inheritance. Okay? It was a big businessman named Bruce Lowell. I remember that business guy. He was part of Coca Cola back then with Bill Cosby and stuff. He died. His white woman got the inheritance, man. She got the money. So this is what's happening. So you leaving your inheritance to them, man. So we got to stop doing this, Israel. These are the things that's happening. All right.
con,
Salakia,
Yeah.
Salakia
Salaki.
Malak. In reference to what you just brought out in First Ezra 9 and 12, is the same as in Second Ezra 9:10 through 12, and it reads, "For such as in their life have received benefits and have not known me, and they that have loathed my law while they had yet liberty, and when as yet a place of repentance was open unto them, understood not, but despised it." Verse 12, "The same must know it after death by pain." Elaborate on that.
You brought it out. I'm going to go take care of something. Go ahead, since you brought it out. I'll be right back.
The same people that receive those benefits, they uh they don't pay attention to the law, statutes, and commandments because they're corrupted by the power, they're corrupted by the wealth. And because of them not paying attention to the statutes and commandments, they have a painful death, such as the brother who married the Edomite woman. All of his wealth went to the other nations instead of to his own. With that, I yield.
Salaki. Salaki. I just would like to add something, brother teachers, that the comment that was just made, and I just had a flashback about Charles Barkley, and I saw his ex Edomite wife when they got married. Not attractive at all. And I remember Dennis Rodman, and he had married an Edomite woman, not attractive. And yet, seemingly, I remember when Michael Irvin got caught up in a scenario when he had played with the Dallas Cowboys many years ago. And though he is still with his Israelite wife, but this particular desire to being with an Edomite almost cost him his career and potentially other things because he went public. So for some reason, this desire, this lust, I mean, like Israelite women are female, Israelite women are attractive, Israelite women have melanin, Israelite women are very much embracing and attractive and pretty. I mean, I could count them out. But for some reason, in fact, I can't think of that tennis lady's name. I don't remember her name, but she had become impregnated by an Edomite. And lastly, I want to, ditto Brother Da. Earlier, he was talking about we are the true Jews of the Bible. We are the seed. We are the remnant. And this is why I am convinced in the 21st century that my teachers on the panel, my moderators, that they are the remake of Paul and Peter. I truly believe that because, I get into listening, I get into learning, and everything that our forefathers have written about us in the book of Deuteronomy is true. So all this is Yahweh saying, see, You guys really are the true Jews of the Bible. I'm going to leave y'all a little. Somebody has to play the the villain, just like Delilah. She had to portray that villainous role in order to create the story of Samson, of the Northern Kingdom. So, you know, in trying to understand it, somebody has to play that role, brother teacher. Somebody has to become that villain. And so, unfortunately, some of those guys that make all that money, that it appears as if they would keep the inheritance within the Israelite nation, this is just a reminder of stay away from them. Leave them alone. You know, you have beautiful Israelite women. Just give the money to them. Help their family out. Help out the inheritance of the Israelite nation. So I yield.
Hey, can I get a brother man read these precepts for me? Cause shit, I'm like driving.
Go ahead. What you got?
Khan King and the water. Get second there just 9 and 1, and then I'm gonna need the book of Genesis chapter 27 and 38 to 39.
All right. The book of Second Ezra on the top, chapter 9.
Gary King, you're in the Matrix, Act. Yeah, you're breaking
Can you
up
hear me?
pretty bad.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're breaking up pretty bad. Is there
This is the
Can you go
this
ahead?
is the this is the book of Second Ezra from the top. He answered me then and said, measure you the time diligently in itself, and when you see part of the signs past, which I have told you before, verse 2, then you shall understand that it is the very same time wherein the Most High will begin to visit the world which he made.
Alright, Khan, right? This is very, very, very important, right? It says to measure the time, alright? Because like down freaking even for me, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm measuring the time, right? So I have a good job, right? But I understand, right? Freaking with my job, right? I get currency based off of freaking Esau's blessing right now, right? Because what, right? You know what I'm saying? The curses say that we shall want, you know what I'm saying, freaking everything in need, you know what I'm saying? Freaking from the places of our freaking captivity, right? So shit down. I'm up in Babylon, right? So freaking check this out. Can you get the book of Genesis chapter 27, 38 to 39, please?
What were the precepts, Malak? Repeat that.
Can you get the book of Genesis chapter 27 verses 38 and 39? Baba Kashab.
Can y'all hear me now?
God.
I got it if you want.
Go ahead, King. Bring it out.
It's the book of Genesis, chapter 27, verse 38. And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. 39. And Isaac his father answered and said unto him, behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and of the dew of heaven from above.
Khan, right? It says of a second Ezra's 9, man, to measure the time. Like, me measuring time, like, I understand that Esau's blessing is running out, you know? It's a famine, shit, a famine about to hit this place and so forth. You know what I'm saying? The dollar's going down. We are on the brink of war. So, you know, to, so basically, right, it's high time for Israel, man, to wake up out of sleep, right? It's time to do exactly what we did up in Nehemiah 9 and 2. Separated from the strangers, man, right? And we confessed our sins. It says that we separated from the strangers and we confessed our sins, right? man, this kingdom is going down, right? It's a sinking ship. To all the people made in high power, man, I hope they turn away. All right, because the only reason why they're cooning out and selling out is because they're trying to reap the benefits of Esau's blessing in Babylon. But shit, they can't do it how like figures is, how shoot the mighty governor of Babylon figure back in the day whose name was Zerubbabel, right? Right? He got his wealth and blessing, and taking position of power by keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. You know what I'm saying? And he found favor in the king's eye, freaking through the power, of Yahweh by Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shai. Right? Man, so Esau's blessing is, is running out, man. And it's high time for Israel to wake up out of sleep. And can I get this last precept, 2nd Ezra 6 and 9, if you don't mind?
Uh, it's the book of Second Esdras, chapter 6 and verse 9. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that followeth.
Man. Like,
Classic precept. Classic precept.
very classic. Like you can use that thing for like freaking mostly, freaking anything. I'm saying, it's dealing with with Esau. But yeah, man, Esau's blessing is running out. Freaking Esau's blessing and the end of the world is synonymous. You know what I'm saying? So all the Jake's brothers and sisters out there, man, they're trying to cleave on to this kingdom and try to try to slide, just like the brothers say, they loathe my law. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason why they're loathing their law is because what? You know what I'm saying? It says it up in Ezekiel 20:30. You know what I'm saying? Their mind have become like strangers. You know what I'm saying? It says it up in Jeremiah 3. You know what I'm saying? We have loved strangers and we have no hope. Man, Esau's blessing is running out, man. It's high time for Israel, man, to turn back to the Most High God, whose name is Yahweh, and the name of his only begotten Son of the world, like Jesus Christ, whose name is is Hamashiach Yahweh. Man, and I just wanted to, just close on that, just land my plane.
Khan, all praises. Great scriptures. Israel, I hope y'all taking notes. A lot of information is being brought out. Also, make sure you're copying the articles that are being brought out. We've switched it quite a bit. Um, if you need the links to any of them, just hit us up in the back chat, and I can send it right to you. All right. Um, yeah, a lot of times when we have rooms like this, it's really to teach our people what not to do, right? Um, when you live a certain type of lifestyle, right? This is the type of outcomes you're gonna get. All right. So all praises to the Most High. Gonna go right back to the queue real quick. Um, hey, Shalom priest, I see you back on stage. I didn't know if you have anything to add to the build. But go ahead, the floor is yours, King.
I would, but I always get the Matrix when I'm at work. So I feel like as soon as I start talking, it's gonna go in the Matrix. But
You sound
um,
pretty good
oh yeah,
right now.
okay, yeah, yeah. I saw this. I've been following the story for the last couple of days, and yeah, I saw it as judgment as well because I was seeing these things with these tweets and everything. And even though we're not 100% sure if he's our people or not, we don't know he's from Nigeria. Could be, could not be. The moral of the story is for you brothers that might be struggling with this. I don't know why you'd be struggling with this when our sisters are beautiful. So I don't even know why you'd be struggling with this, but some of you brothers are struggling with the spirit of loving white women. You did it in the world. You was down with the Beckys in the world. You come in the truth and you want to carry that with you. You need to repent because this could be you. This could be you. You could be next, right? Um, the same thing happened to one of our sisters. Was it earlier this year, last year? She was online posting about how much she didn't like black men, and Esau took her out too. Okay, we need to learn to get together, man. The Most High wants the Israelite man and the Israelite woman to get together and create children and bring back families and bring back our nation. We don't need to be dealing with these other nations. At first, I don't even see what's brothers even see in Becky anyway, but that's neither here nor there. So with that, I'll yield for now.
Hey, shalom,
Con.
shalom. Hey, somebody give me St. John's 12 and 30 real quick. Um, yeah, thank for the brother. I thank you, brother, for the brother that said, I see brothers as Paul and that type of stuff. I thank you, brother, but let's be clear. You know what I mean? We're just prophets of the Lord. We don't know who men is, if men is Paul or none of that. We know that we're prophets because why? We're prophesying the word of the Lord. Give me St. John's 12 and 30. And
Con,
this is what we supposed to do, man. Read.
Con, yeah. This is St. John chapter 12, verse 30. Yahushua answered and said, this voice came not because of me.
Let's St. John's 12 and 30. Oh, yeah, yeah. Go ahead, brother. Yeah, God. Go ahead.
God, this voice came not because of me, but for your sakes.
Come on.
Now is the judgment of this world.
Now with the
Now
judgment
shall
of
the
this world. Now is the judgment of this world. And that voice was what? The voice that, yeah, the voice of the Most High. You know what I mean? Just like in Matthew 17 and Deuteronomy 4 and 36, I believe it says a voice from heaven to cut the madness of the cats that's saying that cloud that came over in Matthew 17 wasn't the Most High. That's foolishness. But anyway, that's another story. Read on, brother.
con. Now shall the prince of this world be cast out,
Now shall the prince of this world, the devil, be cast out. Come on.
and I, if I be lifted up from the
See that?
earth,
It says, if I, Yahweh shall be lifted up. That's the thing with man. Man is lifting up himself too much. Like I say, brother, I thank you, but we're not here to lift ourselves up. We're not here. We're here to lift up the Most High and Yahweh Shai. Straight up. Read on.
if I be lifted up from the earth, will draw all men unto me.
So that's the focus. We lift up Yahweh Shai. Okay, we lift him up because he died for our sins and he gonna draw all men to you. You see what I'm saying, brother? So yeah, because we went that route back in the days, and that's not a good route. You know what I mean, brother? Even though I thank you for it, but say who's Paul and this and that. No, we just know that we're prophets, we're humble servants to lift up Yahweh Shai. Let him get all the glory. With that, I yield.
Hey, Salaki, elder. Yeah, I remember that. They talking about that wasn't the Most High speaking in the thick cloud. Let's address that. Go to Exodus 19 real quick. Go to King. Yeah, that was foolishness, man. All of a sudden, that's not the Most High speaking. But let's go to the scripture and address that.
God, Exodus 19 and what?
Start at 7. Let me see. What do I want? Start at 8. Just let's get right to the point. Start at 8 real quick.
God, it's the book of Exodus, chapter 19, verse 8. And all the people answered together and said, all that Yahweh hath spoken, we will do. And Moses returned the words of the people unto Yahweh.
Khan, read on.
And Yahweh said unto Moses, lo, I come unto thee in a thick cloud, that the
In a
people
what?
may, in a thick cloud,
Read on.
that the people may hear when I speak with thee, and believe thee forever. And Moses told the words of the people unto Yahweh.
Khan. So the reason why we brought up this point, we were dealing with this. I think that wasn't that Yaju or some other brothers, and they were basically saying when the Most High was speaking, saying that this is my beloved Son in whom I am well pleased. Right through the cloud, they were basically saying that that's not him talking there. Right when we can see in scriptures, right, it says that that's how the Most High dealt with Moses. Right. So it's just amazing how people will twist scriptures just to meet what they want it to work for. But I just wanted to add that that really had nothing to do with the conversation. But
Con, yeah, just
um,
real quick.
Give me Deuteronomy 4:36 also, Ari. Yeah. But I think that was an Edomite that said that madness, man. At that point, I was kind of done. I didn't, he just had his voice sounded like an Edomite. But at that time, see, a lot of people on this app, man, I mean, they just here to argue. They're not here to really deal with logic. You know what I mean? And they twist scriptures around. But give me Deuteronomy 4:36, Abu Kashar.
Uh, it's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4, verse 36. Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice,
Now
that
out
he
of
might.
heaven the Most High made thee to hear his voice. So now all of a sudden the cloud they come over is not the Most High. Read that again.
Out of heaven he made thee to hear his voice,
Come on.
that he might instruct thee, and upon earth he shewed thee his great fire.
See that? So
And
now we know that the Most High. So all of a sudden, listen, man. When you check out the scriptures, really, who's the ones that call onto man? It was Yahweh Shai when he did it for Paul, and it's the Most High.